How we all doing tonight? It's time for us to continue through Sonic Frontiers, and this time we're on Island 2. We're at Ares! So, essentially our desert level. So this one is where things get a lot bigger in scope for Sonic Frontiers, so this is where I expect difficulty to kind of ramp up just a tad. I don't know by how much, but we'll find out. So this will be when that level 1 status should probably start making a difference. We'll find out, so let's load up the game and get things started. And hey there, Matt, how you doing? Yeah, thanks. This is like a very old shirt. I had this for, let's say, 20 years, or just shy of 20 years at this point, and I'm surprised it still fits. It's kind of weird. Alright, so let's just jump back in. Slot 1 here is our current file, so this should put me right at the desert. Got the stream light. Oh yeah. You know what? Oh, I was gonna say, well, you know, I could probably do that during the cutscene, but the game kind of said do it now. Nice first crash. All it takes is one crash for us to already get sidetracked. So how you doing? By the way, Apgar. There you go. I don't know why it crashed. That was kind of weird. Sure. So we gotta start off immediately here by getting a bunch of these medals, because we need these since we have 0 on this island. I can't pay to win on this one, like the first island game. I actually have to get the collectibles. So already, that's where difficulty kind of starts if you own digital deluxe, because now you actually have to play the game. It's a weird concept, I know. Golly, medals are doing nothing. Yeah, it can just happen. Do all this hard work to get 1, and run a circle, you get 10. Is the way of Frontiers. Still trying to adjust the volume of this game from my ears. It's kind of loud-ish, but not terribly loud. Kind of weird. Sonic Frontiers is kind of like a quiet game on PC in terms of overall levels. Like, it's not like blasting loud, saying like Freedom Playing has been for past streams, but also not as, well, it's hard to word this. Not as loud. Oh, good. I know the wall. Fine, thanks. Not as loud as other games, but not as quiet. It's like a weird in between. Did that light already die? Yeah, it did. I got broken batteries in that thing. Oh, great. Where are we dealing with this? Alright, well, I need the portal gear. I was hoping I could have parried just so I could at least skip some of this. Shark is probably one of the most annoying island bosses to fight, because this guy takes forever. You have to do all these QTEs, and then after you do like 2 minutes of this, like, no joke, then you can actually fight the thing. Yep, guess we're here for 5 minutes. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah, I can just do that real quick. Things should be fixed out in the living room area now. Sometimes I might just forget to do that since it's so new. Do another one of these. Stomp. Come on, just keep on racking up the damage. Ah, he's already underground. Give me some rings before I have to deal with this thing. Come on. Do it again. Oh, it's like, if I could kill him before I have to do the QTE again, that would have been preferred. I can hear how you doing. That light should be fixed now, out of the way. At least out there you'll see it. When behind me, I gotta change the batteries on. I could probably hook up to a battery bank, I'm thinking about it. I'll probably do that during one of the cutscenes. So for reference sake, we're only fighting Shark once, and you're seeing why. There's no reason to fight this guy more than once, in my opinion. You do it once for the experience of fighting him, and then you never do this again, because, well, it takes 5 minutes to actually kill the thing. And again, I do need these portal gears, so I gotta fight these guys in general. Thankfully, I only have to fight the one shark. The other bosses around I can just fight instead with the gears. They're way faster. I can't remember how many of these medals I need to search for my friends. I think it might be 30 or 50. Something like that. Well, that's one way to skip a puzzle. Oh, my sound effects are bugged. That's kind of another side effect of my higher object pop-in mod I noticed in testing. Sometimes sound effects kind of stop working as intended. They're back. Now they're gone. They are selective sound effects. As weird as it is, draw distance apparently has something to do with the sound in this game. Don't ask. I have no idea why that's a thing. The Hedgehog engine is weird. It seems like a very weird thing coding-wise. Just weird decisions like this, being locked behind draw distance. It's like, I wouldn't expect audio cues to be behind that, but here we are. So once in a while, my audio might bug out. If things get too weird, I might try turning down a bit to stabilize the game. Because I have it kind of high up at 5x, which this game is never coded to have that much pop in. Hence why the engine has a weird time with things. I might turn it down to like 3 or something. Although you really get to hear the music when the music's the only thing that's playing. I mean, it's a nice song, but I also kind of like to hear more than just the song. Okay, so here's the thing in question. I put treasure next to me. There's like 10 of these medals. Let's see if we have enough.
Knuckles, what are you doing here? Never mind, I'll get you out. Hang on.
He's kind of been here for a while. He was actually the first one to be captured, as we learned from that prologue video Sega put out. I was right, it is 30. So I need 4 more medals. So this is his memory token, which I think is more of a reference from Sonic Forces. I think that's supposed to be the commander medal thing he had. Also, this is probably one of the easiest puzzles in the whole game. Just hold guard, and you win, because you don't have to do anything to parry in the game. They give it to you. It's not like Bayonetta or some other kind of combat focusing, like Devil May Cry, I guess is another example. I always compare this to Bayonetta because it's really one of the only kind of like combo-y focused action games I've played with this kind of a system. This game feels very much like that because it's what I'm used to. What the heck was that sound effect? Okay, yeah, these sounds are getting heavily bugged. I'm hearing a whole bunch of something. I may be turning down the pop-in just because of this. Ares really doesn't like my current settings. As a reminder, this is not how the game's intended. On the plus side, it will give me an excuse to have to reload the game, so it'll give me a chance to change my costume. I do kind of want to change out the costume I'm wearing currently. We use this one a good amount from that stream. I honestly kind of forgot to change just starting it. Cocos are shooting a gun. I'll have to watch it. They learned from Shadow the Hedgehog. They pulled out the gun. But yet, still rated E. Okay, that's enough. I should be able to talk to Knuckles now. At least the sound effects shouldn't be broken on the cutscene, right? Right? Probably not. I hope not. Please no. Okay, so far so good on the sound effects. What's with that smirk, Sonic? Man, I might kick W last week. Yeah, you probably for a good reason. Who fixed my light while these two are talking?
Some rescue. I'm still half ghost.
I'm working on it, okay?
What's going on with you?
Just a little side effect of the island's weird energy. What are you doing so far from home?
I was investigating some strange ruins when I was transported here, then got trapped.
Never a dull moment with you.
Just bring me up to speed.
Listen, help me find the Chaos Emerald so I can beat up some big robots. You'll be free and back to guarding the Master Emerald in no time.
Sounds like a plan.
Good to know the sound effects don't work again. That's great. I didn't mean to hit that button, but I guess that's a good segue to say that light I can't get to work right now, so that's just gonna stay off. I plugged in a USB cable and started to work, but yeah. I meant to hit the other button, the one that hides my camera, but it's right next to the full cam one. Nice grunt, Sonic. Let's fix this. We got a new combo, which is nice. Oh my. Nope. Nope. I'm not dealing with those audio sounds. God, that's loud. Bump it down. Let's put our draw distance to 3.5 and hope the game cooperates better. So while we're here, let's go in the extras and change. So let's see. Which one was the calm one? I think it's the feline Rathalos. Let's see. There's one of these that's just very extreme, and then there's another one that's like a proper costume. I'm trying to remember which Rathalos was it. Like this is the more tame of the two. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. So the other Rathalos costume is pretty much just an entire bodysuit. I don't really care for it. I think this one's a lot better. Kind of reminds me of Sonic in the Black Knight look. Alright, so now we gotta get a Chaos Emerald. Can I fight this guy now? Yes, good. Alright, so I should just be able to skip a piece of this fight by just landing on the rail. You're supposed to rail grind your way up here with the things he's spawning, because those little halo things are actually rails, but skip that just by landing on the rail. Please don't be on the inside. That it is. There we go. So what was that new combo again we got? Hold X. Okay, it's that one. So I do this. I do a lot of damage. It's a really good attack. Do this again. I didn't actually hold down the X button. I was trying to do the Cyclone. You serious? That thing has like a pixel health. That is infuriating. Sure. All right. Well, here's what you're supposed to do to get up to the boss. Get on the rings here. Fill them out. And each grind rail will send you up. That's what we skip by landing in a really good spot, but I was hoping to not have to deal with it. I keep on doing that. You know, I'll go backwards. Dude. And now I gotta do that again because I completely missed. That's fine. This boss is kind of weird with depth perception, jumping around the rails. Not recommended. There you go. Complete that outer line. Now do this one. Just gotta be careful not to... That. Nice. Couldn't even finish the sentence. I gotta be careful not to hit anything because it'll knock me off, but also take away my rings. At this stage of the game, I think everything's a one hit to go from 400 to 0. So I have to be really careful now on defense. Because anything past the first island, we are going to start seeing that difficulty spike by not leveling up Sonic. It's still doable though. Case in point. I want my rings. I like the little particle effect you do here every time you do one of these parries. Just because we didn't see this on grass, but on desert, we can see the sand just fly up. So it's nice attention to detail with graphics. Which is kind of weird. This game has like attention to detail with certain things. Like you can see my footprints, also the circle I did in the ground. When we're riding Shark, we don't see any trails made when Sonic's on the back of the Shark's tail. There's some things of attention to detail we'll see, and some there's not. Who knows? Maybe the next game in this kind of a style, because Sega's already kind of confirmed now with how well success this game was. They're going to be giving the team a bigger budget to work on a Sonic title. This one, I think, was kind of experimental with how new of a concept it was for the Hedgehog. And with how a couple of previous games have done, I guess Sega was a little cautious going into this one. So I guess that's why the budget, it kind of showed here and there with the final product. So hopefully the next game they have all the resources needed to make, you know, experience like this even better and more concrete. Because there are some things that are cut out of this final product, sadly, because of one thing or another, whether it be time constraints or maybe just some developmental issues or whatnot. So hopefully that doesn't happen for a set like Sonic Frontiers 2. Alright, let's go ahead and do our first cyberspace level here. This should be 2-1. Not trying to do these in any order specifically, because I know I'm not going to. As evidenced from the first island. A clear 30 rings, that should be simple enough. The only ones I think I always have a hard time on ring condition-wise ones, or if they're anything past 100, because they ask a lot of the player. Especially if you get hit, then just reset the level. It's easier at that point. Oh yeah, do this. I might turn those off eventually. For now, I'm just leaving on the loading screen training sequences. We can always turn it off. So this is, I believe, Green Hill Modern, the 2D sections from Sonic Generations. Really? No, go back. I missed the ring. Very easy to overshoot. If I stay towards the upper path, I think that's where all the red rings are in this one. Oh, okay, overshot. Fine. Hey Ethan, how you doing? Actually, no, don't do that, because there might be a red ring here. Case in point, there it is. Would have overshot that. This one's kind of awkward for me to get for whatever reason. I always overshoot or undershoot that jump for the final ring. Not that one. That time was fine. Doing good. That's good to hear. I'm doing good myself. Thanks for asking. Alright, so that was easy enough. That was already our first level full clear. We're having to restart it. And I missed the ring and went back, so that's saying something. Snowing all day. Ooh. Guess that's definitely a day to stay inside. Also, hey Kira, how you doing? I swear, the back of this costume almost makes Sonic look like he has a giant fin, like he's a fish. But it's definitely not that. It's just the design makes it look like a fin. Oh man, I never really played much of Monster Hunter. I played a bit of Monster Hunter 3 on the Wii, and I just couldn't really click with it. I think the problem I have with the Monster Hunter games is I need to play it with people, since it's such a big thing, and I was playing a version at the time that didn't have online support. At least I don't remember the Wii one did. And now I just played the tutorial section, which didn't click. How? I feel like I was on that. Alright, that's fine. Hello. Well, that's perfect. That's where I need to go. Thank you. These enemies are interesting because they launch up into the air and the camera focuses on them for a second. But sometimes you can actually kind of use this to your advantage. So in that case, I was able to get back to where I was even though I failed to jump. So that can be helpful for platforming's sake. And in fact, I'm going to show a case here where it lets you kind of skip some of this area, like by a massive amount. There you go, nice show. Definitely not how you're supposed to get to that. Like the monster on the Rise. Yeah, I've heard Rise is good. If anything, I feel like I would probably want to play the games on PC, simply just because I would have like the biggest amount of player base in my group. Pretty much everyone I know now has a gaming PC, and they're all really getting into playing a lot of stuff on PC. Would probably make the most sense to get that version. I think I want to do the homing shot. I think that has more damage to it. And plus, it also unlocks another skull I can get here. So this, I do is hold the boost button and then X to do this. That does a good amount of damage on the enemies from what I remember. Although in this playthrough, it may do like very minor amount because level 1. Sick, cold, or flu? Ooh, that's not good to hear, Kira. Hopefully you recover soon. Feel better. That sucks. Anytime you're sick, it's just cool. Alright, let me get a Chaos Emerald. It should be over in this corner here. And this will get me closer, I think, by doing this little puzzle. I missed one. Go back. Oh, I didn't know that. I never did that in my actual playthrough. If you go through the wrong square in this case, you just lose. And restart the whole thing. That's kind of punishing. I don't think I ever did that, so I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, I went the exact opposite direction of the Chaos Emerald. Well, yeah, good news. Did a puzzle. One step closer to fast travel. I don't know how I got a second boost out of that. That's weird. Didn't help. I think this is another, yeah, okay, it's another one of these ring-style puzzles, but this time in the air. can't remember. I don't think you ever do the skydive thing in cyberspace. You only really do it in the overworld sections. If anything, it might be like 1 or 2 of those cyberspace levels you do that. Which is, I never remember that being a thing. Like music video. Yeah, it's really good. This is when you really start paying attention to how the music in Frontiers really plays out, because it's dynamic. The more stuff you do in an island, the more the song changes. And I think with how long you spend starting on this island forward, you really notice that being a thing. Because it was a little bit harder for me to notice the dynamic music changing on the first island, Kronos Island, just because of how small it was. So you're like in and out of the island within a few hours, but here you're spending, like on a first playthrough, I probably spent close to 10 hours here. No joke. Between doing all of the puzzles on the island, doing all the story stuff, and even just, after a while, going back to do every single obstacle on the island for the memory tokens, even though that was definitely unnecessary. You can spend a while on these islands if you're just exploring it and doing every single little thing. But yeah, no, this game is kind of meaty. Like, on my first playthrough, you can even see it here. My full playtime is close to 30 hours. I can't remember a single Sonic game I've ever spent that long on a first playthrough on. Maybe the closest has been either the adventure games or maybe like Sonic Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, like a lot of the earlier 3D games because of a multi-playthrough thing you had to do. So, it's been years since I played a game this long in the series before I saw the actual credits. Probably just do that next, so I'm one step closer to the actual Chaos Emerald. Actually, I kind of overshot the puzzle. Let's see if we can... No, wait, no, it's a night puzzle. Can't even do it. Screw that thing. The music updates based on how many Chaos Emeralds you have on the island. You may be right on the Chaos Emerald specifically, because there's 7 tiers of that, and there's 7 emeralds. That would make sense. I know it is based on like what you do, but 7 stages, 7 emeralds would probably be the thing. Just based on that math. Speaking of Titans, here's our next one. Big serpent in the sky. He wasn't there beforehand. He shows up after we get our first emerald.
While I cannot fully control it, I can awaken its rage against you.
Someplace safe.
By the way, I don't think this is a skippable cutscene. I've tried to skip this in the past. It doesn't work. I want to see something, though. I want to save before this. That's the problem. Let me reload my save. Because honestly, I know this sounds stupid, but I want to do that twice. And there's a reason. Because there was a thing I did in testing last night that I want to be able to share. But unfortunately, I need to do that with a different mod active, so I'll have to reboot the game. So, I'll show you why I learned that you can't skip the cutscene by having to rewatch the cutscene. So I hope you like that cutscene. Unfortunately, you can't save in a section like that. They let you load for whatever reason, but not save. Don't know why. So here I'm gonna hold down the button to skip. Doesn't work. I think this is one of the few cutscenes in the game you cannot skip. And it's because of this dude. Wyvern does not show up. That's the Titan's name, by the way. Wyvern does not show up in the area until this section happens, and it puts you into this automated sequence with him. And I think all that has to start with the cutscene. It's a big old trigger. That's probably why I don't let you skip this. It's probably a thing hard-coded into the game, where if it was skippable, things wouldn't work correctly. Because there's other things about this game that when you start changing things, the whole thing gets messed up. One of them is actually related to getting to Titans early, because there is a possibility to fight. I don't know if it's all the Titans or a handful of them, but you can fight these guys early. Wyvern's one of them. I know how you can fight this guy early. Okay, I missed that sprint. That's fine. This is an automatic sequence. I just have to survive it. Doesn't matter what I do in this said sequence. Because I don't get anything out of this. I just continue the plot. Yeah, speedrunners have to watch that scene if I'm not mistaken. There's already been some pretty insane speedruns of this game. Like, I think within the first 10 minutes, you go from starting up the game to going to Island 3. It's like that fast of a run between the stuff they can do. Because they immediately start the game, do what they need to, go straight to the first Titan, do what they need to on this island, go straight to the second Titan. Like, that's at least how I know the first few minutes of the speedrun. I haven't seen a full speedrun in this game yet. I've been meaning to, just to see how busted it is. I'm seeing more individual runs or ILs because of just how busted the cyberspace levels can get.
You cannot run forever. Final warning. Leave.
That was a warning?
Weird warning, I know. Alright, so right here, I'm wanting to save the game. And we're actually going to close it really quick, because I need to enable a new mod, because there's a certain thing about that whole sequence I just want to show with this. So let me enable it, and reload the game. So, for testing purposes, I had to download very specific mods that would let me do kind of whatever I needed to in the game. So in this case, I needed one that just let Sonic fly. So that's what we're going to be using, because it has some other side effects. And while we're here, let's show off Raphaelos, because I will show you why I hate this costume. This costume, wait, actually, I just realized, did I? No, yeah, okay. I should reload the auto, it should be fine. I had to save because I don't want my progress to be messed up with this, but at the same time, I want to be able to do this whole section. Okay, yeah, it's going crazy. Hang on. 1579. Okay, no, we unfortunately missed it. That's fine. I can fix this. But at the same time, this is why I don't like the Raphaelos costume. Because it's just a full bodysuit. It doesn't look right. I mean, it's cool. It's just not my thing. Anyways, this is overpowered Sonic, where I can literally fly. Like, no joke fly. I am just going sky high. Unintended. You can just go wherever the heck you want. It breaks the entire game, but there are some times I just need to get to certain areas, so that's why I have this downloaded. And then once in a while, you're just pulling items. I don't know why. So that's a thing. Alright, unfortunately, I want to still show this thing in question, but I have no easy way of doing it. So how about we combine certain things? You guys like Giganto? Because I have to fight him again real fast. This will take maybe 5 minutes to do the thing I want to do in question, but trust me, it will be worth it. But I guess to answer that question, Ethan, yeah, apparently Sonic could leave this island if he wanted to, even though he's somewhat infected already with the cyberspace corruption, so don't ask how that would work. Also, while we're here, I kind of want to point out something. Pay attention to this part of the cutscene. I'm going to skip it here in a second, but it's squished. Like, that is actually squished. I don't know why. Because if I do this, right? If I grab the scene here in OBS and I just stretch it out a bit, doesn't that look a little more natural? Actually, no, better yet, if I do this. Oh, yeah, there you go. And then do that. Doesn't that look more natural? Like how the game looks normally in a cutscene instead of that? This cutscene, for some reason, is squished. It's the only one in the game that's squished. I don't know why. It just is. Sonic, I can't leave. Alright, there you go. Giganto's done. Overpowered Sonic's a little too overpowered. We literally skipped phase 2 and just immediately skipped the whole thing. I just need to get back to one specific part. Also, nice instrumental version of Undefeatable. The whole 5 seconds we've heard it. I feel bad. Someone put a lot of effort into making that song into an instrumental because there's no official release of that. But we didn't get to hear it because overpowered Sonic just flicks the guy to death. Tends to be this way. Overpowered Sonic's also very fast, so only use this, please. If you're gonna want this mod for yourself, please only use it for testing purposes. Don't play the whole game like this. This is a little much, in my opinion. I'm doing this for demonstration purposes, and that's it. Oh, Ethan actually already released the soundtrack for this game. It's out there. There's just no instrumentals of the vocal themes in this game, like Undefeatable, Break Through It All, Find Your Flame, etc. Like, there is no vocals for any of those, and I think that's more because of just how they recorded them. But yeah, the actual soundtrack is available, I think, on all streaming platforms. Like, I know it's on Spotify. They might have uploaded soundtrack bits to their YouTube channel, and if I just check the Sonic the Hedgehog channel for that. I know they have a handful of songs on that. It's on other services too, probably YouTube Music, Apple's service, Amazon's. I think it's like a plethora of them. It's really good. Just low-key. If you don't care for the game, just like almost any other Sonic game, listen to the soundtrack, because the soundtracks are great. This one's no exception. Alright, so I gotta do this again real quick. I could do any of the other stages, but we'll just redo the stuff we've done to show this off. I want to just show the Wyvern intro thing real quick, just because of how goofy it is. In hindsight, I should have just made a second save. Actually, would this even be enough Volt Key? I clipped through the entire stage. That's good to know. Again, for demonstration purposes, while we're using this mod, because I wanted to show how overpowered, as the name implies, Sonic gets in this state. That's why I only use this for testing purposes. But there's a specific cutscene I want to show with this. I think there might be another one later in the game that does something similar, but we're only going to do this once. So I guess while we're working up here, I can say that this island is probably where the game really starts to pick up its pace. Like, I really enjoy Chronos Island. I think it's a great entryway to just start exploring and get a hand of just how this game will control and all that. But the thing is, it's small. It's very small. Nope, sorry, nope. We gotta skip that cutscene. We haven't seen it yet. Or we might have, I don't know, but that's not in this file. But going back to my other conversation, this is where I think the game really starts to pick up. Like, this is a really... Shush. This is a really big area. There's a lot of stuff happening. The difficulty goes up in general. Am I... Oh, where's the enemy? Of all the things, it's you. Go away. This is where the game, I think, really starts to get just a lot more fun. It's already been a lot of fun up to this point, but then this is when it really starts getting crazy. Alright, so unfortunately we have to watch this cutscene again. And you can't see Sonic at all. All you see is his eyes and just a hair of the blue in the back. But when we resume, I'm just gonna swap to the normal, open Raphael's design precaution, because this is too much.
While I cannot fully control it, I can awaken its rage against you.
I wasn't wrong. This did take about 5 minutes to get back here. So, pretty spot on with that estimate. So, the thing is with overpowered Sonic, he moves extremely fast.
Find someplace safe.
So, to compensate for that, there's a speed cap in this section. It's the only one in the game I know of that has a speed cap. There might be another, but I know of at least this. This is Sonic's max speed. I'm holding the button. Here's me boosting. He's still moving the same speed. So because of that, overpowered Sonic doesn't actually run in this. He just casually jogs. Actually, not even a jog. He's just doing a walk. Like, this feels more like Sonic at this point. It really does, because nothing is a problem to him. He could just walk it out. Just casually walking through danger, don't mind me. Not really a problem. Hey, you just gotta hate. You're getting food. Alright, well, enjoy your dinner, Ethan. We'll see you in a bit. The only thing that doesn't seem to have a speed cap in this section are Sonic's homing attacks, because he still moves extremely fast with those. So yeah, we did all that just so I can show that specific thing. And afterwards, he's running. We've seen all this, so we're done. I'm taking off the overpowered mod. I just wanted to show the haters gotta hate walk. Because in testing, I found that by complete accident. It's one of the dumbest things I think I've seen this entire game. Minus the Rathalos costume. That's legit dumb, actually. It's not funny. It's just weird looking dumb. Go to the feline, please. Take off the rest of the costume. Let me see Sonic. That's better. Also, we're not moving around at godlike speed anymore. That's also better. I hope that was worth it, everybody. To me, it is. Did we really do this one? I think we did, actually. Something here. I know we didn't do the puzzle over here. I love collecting all these things that don't matter, because I can't use them. Level 1, remember? Can't use any of them. On here, though, is apparently that. I was gonna say, there is a puzzle thing we can do here to open up more of the map. Okay, I see how to get to that now. I go from here. Can I? Kind of. It's like, I don't know if I can lightspeed dash when I collected like half the rings. Do 50 damage, huh? Overachiever over here with level 1 status. Those strength puzzles are the only thing I'm worried about because they are the thing that will scale over time. But I will tell you now, we can do them all. I think the highest is 300 damage. And while we only got about 200 there, I can get 300 damage. Just give me the right combos and we can do it. If I didn't have the skills, I don't think those puzzles would be possible. But with the skills, they are. So we'll be able to at least get all those done. I don't think that will be a problem. At least not my testing was, so it should be fine. Oh wait, puzzle. Must do. Also, it's nighttime, so I should go back to that night one. After this, I'll go back to the night one just to get that done. So I'm trying to remember, how long is the day-night cycle in this game again? I think it's like 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. It's like a good amount of time, but also it's a good amount of time to wait between the two, so once it goes back to day, I'm gonna have to wait a while for it's night again.
Have you been here before? You're navigating the island like it's nothing.
Oh, no. See, when I interact with these things marked with this symbol, I automatically learn the lay of the land. It's like the island is beaming a GPS signal right into my brain. Pretty cool, right?
I'm sure that's the ancients doing as well. I wonder what that symbol means in their language.
Now, come to think of it, you don't actually see it printed anywhere in the villages. I guess the true meaning is lost to time.
I'd like to know more or less, Sonic, how does that actually feel having that data like pumped in your head? That must hurt. That doesn't sound pleasant, that just sounds painful. Hey, overshoot, really? I didn't think that was possible. How did I get turned around that rail? Alright, rail launch from here, which I love doing. Such a fun thing to do. Let's do a figure 8 so I can get my boost up. Then over here's my night mission. I hate this so much. It's just a pace breaker in the game. My least favorite type of puzzle. If this game had a day-night cycle where you can actually change it on the fly, like some other games have, that would be nice. Like Breath of the Wild's a good example where you just set a campfire and you set a time of day with that. Or just sleep in a bed. But unfortunately, this game doesn't have anything like that. I mean, honestly, they probably could have had a thing like that if you went in and out of cyberspace to change time of day. That would have made sense. Because I'm thinking of Twilight Princess, where if you went in City in the Sky, it changed the overworld to daytime. And then if you went to Palace of Twilight, turned the whole world to nighttime. Now, unfortunately, in that example, that stuff took till the end of the game to unlock, so that day-night cycle you had to deal with for like a majority of your adventure by just waiting it out. Which was annoying when it had a nighttime collectible to deal with. Kind of like how this game has it a bit, too. Kind of funny when you think about it. Zelda games handle day-night cycles great, and then sometimes they don't. It just depends on the game. The majority of them are good about it. I want to activate this guy real quick. Ooh, that's the perfect line. See ya, buddy. Thank you for the shortcut. Not supposed to be able to get up here just yet. But that guy just made it possible. So I can just jump around this entire wall, just like so. And oops, I'm in a different section. If I boost jump over here, I'm in an even deeper section of the island. Whoops! Maybe I should have put that guy further out, said the game developer. Like, if this area looks familiar, if you played the game, you know where I'm at. So that's a big sequence break by doing that. Unfortunately, I fell all the way down here, so much for that sequence break. I have to do it all again. To be fair, I do kind of want to do that because it does unlock a shortcut by going to a certain area. I won't have to worry about it for later. Up there, there's a shortcut, so come on, buddy. Straight back up to where you were, I see. That guy I don't want to kill, just for this reason. It's an open world game. So that means I can do whatever jank to get to any section I want. Because that's just how these games are at times. So I will say graphically, I really like the look of this place. It's the lighting. Like, the lighting engine in this game is really good. It just pops real well during, like, sunset and especially on sunrise like this. It makes you really feel like you're actually in a desert. In this game on PC and the modern consoles, this is not ray tracing. Normally, this kind of lighting you see nowadays for ray tracing stuff, but no, this is just the trick we've been using for how many years in games for lighting? Like 20 years? This is really good lighting. Now, I don't want to try this mod again, so I'm going to ask if you're still here, Matt. How did this area look on the Switch? I mean, minus like the lower resolution quality and the textures, because it is the Switch. Did it still like pop like this for lighting? Or if anyone else has like played the Switch version in general, or just knows of how that version looks here. I've only really seen footage of that version in Chronos. Can you reach that from here? I might be able to. Yeah, there you go. Just jump up a little higher. Some experience. Not much, but fair nothing. Before I jump down there, though, let's go this way. Do a rail launch from here? Yeah, not supposed to be able to get up here, I don't think, at all. Okay, that's this area. I've been here already. I don't know if it's possible to get up there from where I'm standing. If I get a good, like, physics launch thing, which could just happen at random. Oh, no, just get a good boost launch, because I didn't think I was going to reach. Well, definitely in a section I wasn't supposed to get to this way. I'm supposed to talk to Knuckles first before I get over here. To be fair, I could have just bypassed Knuckles to get over here. I don't need him. It's not a trigger. Just the game kind of expects you to talk to him first. We should probably talk to him. He's lonely. How many we need? None? Good. I'm gonna get more anyways. I'll need more of these for later memory conversations.
Father was right about you. You're reckless and destructive.
I have no idea what your deal is, but if we could just talk...
No, no discourse, no bartering, only elimination.
How would you do that? He's not real. Technically, Sage isn't either. She's in between both the physical dimension and cyberspace.
Time out!
Knuckles just
Time
in
out.
cyberspace.
She attacked you! Yeah, it's kind of her thing, but she's trying to protect something, or someone. I'm willing to help, but first I need to know what's going on.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
You're too trusting, Sonic.
No, I'm not. Trust me.
I see what you did there, and I'm mad. That's not funny. I want to show this guy real quick. Take it, that's fine. I'll hunt you down, and I'll get it back. This guy actually does steal Chaos Emeralds, so if I pause, if it would let me, I would have one less Chaos Emerald now. And I think this guy will put it back in the vault, if you let him go. If I get to my level, I can actually get to him. I already fought one of these guys, but this is what they actually do. I gotta wait for you to stop, stomp, insta-kill. I get my Chaos Armor back. Thank you. Put that right back in my pocket. Well, actually, do I even have pockets in this costume? I might. One of those cases where I might finally have a pocket. Normally, Sonic just puts the emeralds in who knows where. We've been meeting asses for many years. We still don't have the answer. And I don't think we want it. Just thinking of where things could actually go on a character that has literally nothing but gloves and shoes. I'm thinking of this. Unlock an upgrade. I could do... It wants me to do auto combo, but I'm not using it this playthrough, so that's a waste. I'd rather spend the points on other skills, so we'll save them. We'll be getting auto combo eventually. It's just gonna probably be the final thing we get unlocked. Just to get it unlocked. You don't have to use it. Unlocking it doesn't mean it's active. It's a thing you change in the settings. I hate these enemies. These are some of the most annoying ones to deal with in the game. All because they have their own shields. Thank you. Needless to say, I'm not gonna fight those guys if I don't have to. The general rule of thumb for combat for me in this game is if I gotta fight them, then I will, but if I don't have to fight an enemy, I don't. Because there's really not much of a reason to fight enemies in this game. Like, once you get the collectibles you need, then what's the point in fighting these enemies? Because those said collectibles are the only reason you're fighting them. Whether it be for the skill points, for tokens, for gears, if it comes to like the Titan bosses, or not Titan, the overworld bosses. I don't mind fighting the spring though. It's a one-shot. You literally just stomp on it and it's dead. But anything else in this game, you don't really need to fight. Kind of like a lot of open world games, where a lot of things are helpful to do, but not required. A lot of it's optional. Yeah, that should be a reward to get up here. To like put like a random Coco up here or something. That'd be nice. Anything over there, technically? That's the same idea. It's like there's stuff that looks like they could have put up there. There's just nothing there. Speaking of Coco, how do I get these Coco? I mean, there's no reason to get these Coco. I'm never using them, but I like Coco. If anything, maybe just jump from this rock. Because I just jump from up here, because I can reach, I think, this pillar from the slope. Then I can just... Yeah, that's it. Okay, easy enough. How many Coco do we have, out of curiosity? 43. That's not many when you really think about it in the grand scheme of things. Very certain that's not how you're supposed to get up here, but that works. I don't want music, and I can't even talk to Sage anyway, so I might as well do this level. Oh, look, a little Coco with like this weird-looking hair. It almost looks like a bow on it, but that's just the Coco itself, like the head design. It's like grass hair they have, but since we're in the desert, it's all wilted looking. Oh, it is a bow. I was right. Alright, 2-4. We're kind of jumping up a bit. 75 rings. That's not that bad. Is this the stage I'm thinking of for Sonic Adventure 2? Okay, it is. Now I recognize it. This is the ending part of Radical Highway, where you get to the not San Francisco Bridge. The Golden Gate. That was radical. Yeah, there's like a lot of these like level structures you can easily like just see immediately when you're playing these games all the time. This is one of them I kind of recognized almost immediately. It's the bridge structure. It's 1-to-1, so it's very easy to point out, at least for my sake. It's kind of weird. I'm trying to think. I think all the games it pulls from, Sonic Adventure 2 is the only non-boost game it pulls levels from, because you got Sonic Adventure 2 levels, Sonic Unleashed, Generations, and Forces. Like, that's the pull that they're going with for games. So, it's a little weird when you think about that. It's like, that's 3 boost era games and then 1 standard platformer. Why? I don't know. But it's good they did that because it breaks up the level design. I think the Sonic Adventure 2 levels in this are some of the best designed cyberspace levels. Because they're really good for exploration, kind of the point of those games. And I kind of miss that style. I really do. I'm kind of glad to see it back in some fashion. What do you say when I don't have enough tokens?
Preparations are not complete. Continue exploring the island until then.
It's a very AI response. Not surprising, she is an AI. I'm trying to remember. You're supposed to get up here by doing a very specific thing. I don't know where it's triggered, but it's like a fly-in section. The wrong direction, Sonic. But sure. Is it possible for me to save this now? Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, there's an invisible wall here? I've never done this before. I went the wrong way. That's where I'm supposed to be? Where that little marker is? You're supposed to do a thing over there. That's a story-related quest. That drains this pond. Then I can climb up this wall and continue forward. Needless to say, I definitely didn't do that. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Fingers crossed. This is a new thing that I was not expecting to have happen now. This is a very specific event, but how I'm playing... Okay, it's safe. It is safe. Starfall. Once every few nights, meteors will fall like rain. When this happens, items and enemies in the open field will be resurrected. And when it says items, it means like a plethora of things, including the cocoa. Never worry about the cocoa. Unfortunately, because of my mods, that can crash pretty easily. And it's because of the higher object pop-in. I knew this would happen. I was waiting for it. So the problem is, the stars, they also are affected by draw distance in this game. So when you expand the pop-in draw distance, you're spawning more stars, and the game just cannot keep up. So I'm not surprised that happened. The more stars that are in the game, the more the engine just freaks out and says, I am done today, and just crashes. So I have lowered the amount of pop-in now to 2x. So things might pop in a little bit more frequent, but this is more stable. This is the lowest that mod can go, so we can still have the said effect of it. But we should hopefully not see any crashes anymore when Starfall happens. And here, case in point, let's find out. There you go, we're good. So the gimmick here is all these stars, they're just scattered all around the map. You collect these, and then you can spin a roulette. It's done automatically. You can win cocoa, you can win purple coins. And I think that's it. I don't think you get anything else from this. The only thing I would think of would be rings, but I don't think you get rings from this. I think it's just cocoa and purple coins. If you ever need to grind the purple coins, Starfall is the time to do it, because these can pay out really well. It just kind of depends on your luck. These can pay, I think, up to, 200 purple coins, which is a lot. Same for the cocoa, too. Screwed up. The only problem is this whole time this roulette is gonna stay on the screen. So it's gonna make seeing things harder in this game's overworld. So this puzzle, not normally that difficult, but it's a little bit harder to read the board when I can barely see the board. Thankfully, at least this thing will just keep on doing this roulette on its own, so I don't have to restart it every time. It's just, again, I can't see. It's covering up my HUD a bit. It's annoying. If they could just, move that, the bottom corner somewhere, this would be fine. But no, it's gotta be dead center in the middle. Why is it dead center in the middle? This also ends on its own at one point. I can't remember how long it's active. It's maybe 5 minutes of that. So it doesn't matter how many stars we collect. When the event's over, it's over. So I have no control of that. So whatever stars I have collected, they just go to waste. So you only want to do this for so long in terms of running around collecting stars, because it just won't be a point anymore. I probably have more than enough for the rest of this event. I think I got another cocoa. I don't need any more of the cocoa ones. How many purple coins do you even have? Oh, I can't check because there's an enemy nearby, because this game doesn't let you pause for whatever reason when there's an enemy nearby. It's like Mario Sunshine. When you jump, you can't pause for whatever reason. And it's a horrible design choice when games don't let you pause. Because maybe I need to get up and use the bathroom real fast. You're not really letting me use the bathroom. It's kind of a weird design. Okay, so I have 81. 82. Cocoa. Actually, the cocoa has been going up. Do you not get cocoa from this? I could have swore you get cocoa from this. Maybe it's just purple coins. Which is actually good for our sake, because I don't need the cocoa. Nope. I'm paying attention. That's fine. Do over. Yeah, I think you just get purple coins in this. I may have misremembered. Which again, that's more beneficial for how we're playing the game right now, so I'm fine not getting a single cocoa, because I can't use them. Look at that draw distance on the stars. It's just an overload of colors when you look in the sky. It's insane. This will only happen at night, so these definitely do pop on the map. This will never happen in the daytime. It'd be really hard to see these things in the daytime if that was the problem. Alright, so at this point, after this roulette, it's just gonna go away. So no matter how many stars I have, don't matter. It's not gonna spin another 20 times. It just stops. That's kind of like a good and a bad thing in some regard, because it would have been nice to maybe have used more of those roulettes. It's just the game says no. Now watch, this will be infinitely more possible to do, because I don't have a big old roulette in the middle of the screen and actually read out this puzzle a little bit better. Oh, would you look at that, first try. It's not like that roulette covered half of it the last time. No, I'm not bitter. Again, if maybe they could have just put the thing somewhere else, because it's like right dead center. Put it down like the bottom corner. It would have been fine. Like, you don't have to cover up Sonic, I get that much, but put it like above the stat window. Like, putting an extra thing there is like, watch. To prove a point. Would this have made a big difference on your gameplay? Putting it here, where my face cam now is, would that have made a difference? I don't think so. I think it would have still been perfectly fine. It would have made the game easier to play because there's not a big old thing in the middle of your screen anymore. That's my one major complaint about the Starfall thing. It's just, it makes things a little bit harder to see, both in terms of just overload sensor colors everywhere, but then also the idea that they cover up a good chunk of your screen. Technically, I can turn that off if we don't want to do the Starfall event. There is a cheat code in my mod launcher that I can just turn the event off, but for the sake of the playthrough, we're not doing that. We're leaving it on. He's wiping out an enemy that fast. You could have swore I leveled up Sonic's combat. But no, he's still level 1. It's just really effective. Okay, I don't think that was supposed to happen, but, you know, it's wonky physics. It does what it wants. Also, there's no way to cancel that launch. Like, I thought I could maybe double jump out of it, kind of jump on that half pipe section thing, but no, you can't do that. So I'm trying to remember how the game wants you to get to where Knuckles is the intended route, because I want to kind of follow that path, but I don't remember at all. I might have just fell into this section when I first played. Over here somewhere, you gotta just like walk around this area, then you find an opening which leads you towards where Knuckles is. That was a nice little distraction. Didn't really change anything. Probably get one of these combat skills now, because now we can afford the loop kick. I could wait a little bit and get the spin slash, which is really good, but it's essentially the same thing as the cyclone kick, so I might as well just get loop kick first, since it'll be kind of redundant. For this, I just hit the boost button and then hold B. It's kind of like that other move we already have, where you do the dodge into a kick. It's similar, but I don't have to do a dodge now. And I think that might do a little more damage. I also know why these things. These are like treasure chests full of cocoa, essentially. That gives you, what is that, like 10 cocoa? Something like that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And not, yeah, it is 10. Okay, well, I just kind of spitballed that. Couldn't tell it was 10 at first because some of them are literally clumped on top of each other. Also, did not mean to fall down here. That's kind of a mistake. Ah, free portal gear. Convenient, because I did see a level nearby we can play, but I have no gears. Can I taunt the Knuckles? No, I need 108 medals. Man, you're expensive. Not gonna taunt them, you Knuckles. That's a waste of time. I'm gonna go taunt the Knuckles instead. That's more important. Actually, did I get the skill points from that? No, I did not. Not many, but it's better than nothing. Nice free portal gear from a random mook. Love to see it. Is there a puzzle nearby? Because that's one of the Elder Cocoa, so I can warp back here at any time. I'm not a part of the map I can't really see, unfortunately, so... Can't check on the map if there's a puzzle here to unlock the map. It's kind of a problematic state. Why was that sending me so much higher sometimes? That was unexpected. Alright, well, I'm over here. This is where I need to be. I can't keep on getting sidetracked. I need to find a little puzzle area, solve, then I'll open this up for a warp. Should be one nearby here if there's a level to interact with. No, someone's probably screaming at me like, go back for the cocoa! It's like, but why? There's no reason to get the cocoa. I'm not gonna level up. I can talk to this Knuckles. He's not the Knuckles I want, but it's the Knuckles we get.
It's not fair. How come you get to jump in and out of cyberspace and I'm stuck halfway?
Beats me. It sounds like we all experience the dimension differently.
Yeah, I didn't see any way out. Your trips sound less complicated.
Well, whatever. The spooky Skyboy says I just have to trash the Titans to get you guys back to normal, so we have a plan.
Oh yeah? Why isn't it talking to the rest of us then?
Good point. It's like maybe this is a bad voice and not a good one. We don't know. Not the first time Sonic's been duped. Also, what's with your foot, Sonic? It's a little twitchy. You okay? Got a nervous foot? Two, 3, 90 rings. Alright, that's kind of high, but it's not that hard. I don't know when there's a time you do that in this game where you hit an enemy and then boost onto a runnable wall, because that's not really a thing you often do. I'm trying to know what this level is. This isn't our reference level, I know that much, but it might be a Forces level, which is why I might not remember off the top of my head, because I've barely played Forces. Like, I've Played fully through it once when it came out. Played a bit of it after. But then that was about it. I've only put a handful of hours in the game. It's one of the more forgettable ones, sadly. Nice. That should still be fast enough for an S, right? No, that's not even close, actually. It's because of the hit. I did waste like 3 seconds. Alright, that's fine. Now we can do the speedrun strats. That's not speedrun strats. You never interact with that thing. So fun to do those homing cancels. It's so good. I did screw up a bit because one of my homing attacks didn't come out right. That's a glitchy animation. Sure. I've never seen that before. You got a little screwed up on the rail grinding one. That's interesting. Alright, that's more than enough for an S. Just rail grind, like, yay, it's fun, wee! It's like your hands in the air, Sonic like on a roller coaster. Weird. Love how this loads almost instantaneously. Solid state is a great thing. No spinning drive anymore, just get the fast memory one that goes lightning fast. I remember like years ago, I'll say like 10 years ago at this point, you're building up a computer, or you're buying a modern console, never putting like a fast drive in that, the solid state drive, it's too expensive. I had to get the small 250 gig one, will probably cost you $300 or something crazy. Nowadays, you can literally get a solid state of any kind for like 20 bucks. Like, I think you can get like a 250 one for 20 bucks, so that's saying a lot. Come a long way, and they lightning fast. Cause I remember when I built a computer in 2014, is he still glitching out on the animation on the rail? Okay, it's fixed now. It was definitely broken a minute ago. I remember when I was building out a computer in 2014, I couldn't afford a solid state. Way too expensive.
Equally huge hole through it. Yikes.
Yeah, that big hole. As I was saying, for Sonic interrupted me. How rude. I remember I could not afford a solid state, because no matter what size you were wanting, they were just heck expensive. And that's also why game consoles never had them until more recently, because again, very expensive. And when you're selling those things for $300-400, of course the companies are not going to want to put fast storage in there. Oh good, tank. This will give me more than enough time to talk about random nonsense, because this guy takes a while to fight. No matter what level you are, this guy is a very cutscene heavy style to fight. Looks really cool though. Yeah, I remember I didn't buy my first solid state until 2016. And I still, like, 500 gigs, I think I bought it at $80. That was a really good deal back then, but nowadays that's like, that is expensive for that. What are you doing? You can buy a terabyte for that. Which I've done in the past. My current one, I think, costs me on sale, it's like $170 for 2 terabytes, but it's a lightning fast one, so it kind of justified it a little bit more. Which is good, I need it for direct storage. Games are starting to come out with that tech now, so it's good to have the support. Yeah, this guy is a very long battle. No matter what you're doing in the fight, it just takes so long. But luckily, I can kind of speed up some of the fight by just doing this. Because I don't want to do that automatic stuff anymore. Is that going to be enough to kill? Please be enough to kill. Please be enough to kill. It was enough to kill. Good. We didn't have to go back in the sky. Let's go. This guy's had a full Silute meter. If I didn't have a full meter for combat, oh god. Right back in the sky we go. I will say, that tank is not as bad to fight, though, as Shark. Shark is probably the worst island boss to fight. That's the one that no matter what you do, it's still going to take you, like, 5+ minutes because of his QTE stuff. At least with Tank, you can get through that automated, like, falling sequence thing in about, like, a minute or two. Not as bad, but the QTE thing is worse. It's 100% worse. Are we just gonna... Okay. It did. I was wondering, are we just gonna do the left tile 5 times in a row? It might as well have been that. Why? No variety. Just go left all the time. This looks really nice, just like this. It's like a nice fog effect. Seriously, the light in this game is really good. I don't know if you were here earlier when I asked this, Matt, but when you played the Switch version, how'd the lighting look here? Was it almost the same kind of dynamic thing, or did they have to tone that back a bit for the Switch version? I honestly do not want to swap to that Switch conversion mod again. That legit hurt my eyes. I think it's more over-exaggerated. That's probably the problem. Not the same. Okay, so at least it didn't tone down the lighting too much when porting down the Switch. Because sometimes I do fear that with a game, because when you're developing with the least common denominator system in mind, so in this case it has to be the Switch, it can sometimes affect the overall graphics, but at least it didn't affect the lighting engine. This is insane to think about. This is an engine they've been using since 2008, but it's still being used today. It's just been tweaked for pretty much every game it's been in since. Like, apparently now it has the 2.0 name. I'm kind of surprised it took this long to get that. I thought I would have had that by the time it hit release for Forces. The Starlight thing's too bright. Yeah, it does kind of hurt the eyes after a while. You're not wrong. It's a little overbearing. I guess the closest island puzzle might be this one at this rate. This area would be good to unlock because of the Elder Cocoa, because I do know where Big's fishing pond is here. So I know where to go to do the fishing so we can unlock fast travel. I just don't know where the said puzzle is nearby to unlock this part of the map so I can fast travel here later. Yeah, for now we should do the story thing. Also, I might have enough coins to probably full clear out Big's fishing at this point at 160. That should be enough to catch pretty much everything there. I think on average I need about 100 coins per fishing minigame thing. It kind of just depends on my fishing luck, I think, for how many coins I need. But I think on average having at least 100 coins is safe. And those star showers alone can give you at least 100 if you're lucky enough. Possibly more.
Can you see that seal in the center of the pond? If we could pull it out, we could drain the water. The problem is, I'm still ghost-like, and you're useless underwater.
Wow, thanks for the concern. Anyway, if I can jostle the device holding the chain, maybe I can get it to reel it in?
Worth a shot. Just don't slip and fall. I can't haul you out.
What are you talking about? It should be fine. Should be fine. I mean, I don't drown that fast, right? Let's find out. Whee! You can't see it all underwater. It is really hard to see. You move absolutely slow. And your boost meters drain like crazy. So don't go in the water. Needless to say. I might not be able to get out of here. And if I drown, that's fine. I literally drowned at the surface. I knew that would happen. I did that as a demonstration. That, I think, is that the first time we died? That might have been the first time we might have died. I can't remember. Because honestly, if I'm dying in this game, it's probably from stupid stuff like that or falling in a pit. So, it's never really a thing that you have to worry about for combat if you just get infinite rings from side looping. Speaking of which, it's a little hard to side loop when the physics go crazy. Each time's fishing gets more expensive. That's true, yeah. Island 5 is pretty expensive, but at that point, Island 5 gives you massive payout for every fish you get. So, once you have all the fish, it's not really a problem anymore, because you catch 1 to 2 fish and you can buy, like, multitudes of items from Big. It's really helpful. Island 5's fishing is busted. Just flat out busted. So if we don't have 100% by that point, oh, they make it free. I think at that point, I only had, for speed level, like, level 30, something like that. And then I just bought a bajillion cocoa from Big on Island 5 and maxed out both rings and speed. Because it's the only island you could buy an infinite supply of cocoa. The rest of them, they cap you. Which is kind of weird that they don't cap you there. But in some ways, it's nice. You don't want to run around and find a bunch of cocoa just to level up. It's kind of annoying after a while. You just want to get a move on.
Wait, was draining the oasis the best idea?
Well, hey, you've revealed the way forward. That's what's important.
Says you. You can't feel this heat. Oh well. Race you to the next emerald.
Yeah, Sonic does make a good point. Was that necessary? Because remember this spot? Knuckles, we didn't need to drain the lake. We could just go around the lake. Oops. Now the desert's gonna have no water supply. Knuckles, you're screwed up. We're doomed. Now we need a drink of water. Where do we go? There's nothing here. Oh, that's a weird camera. I forgot they do that at one point where they just do sideways camera. It's very disorienting. Sure. Whatever that was, that just happened. How do I get up there again? I'm still trying to remember how the natural way to get up to that level was. Because there's a thing here you activate, which then you fly up in the air, but I don't remember where that is. There's somewhere. I want to do the natural way of getting up to that level structure. We did unlock a shortcut to it, so we can just get there whenever. Like this. But I want to do it the legit way. I feel like I cheated enough. Is it from... No, I don't know. Maybe from that, like, floating pyramid thing. This is also one of the few times I think we do something in the overworld which changes the overworld in general. Because now we can actually get down to this section. And we're not going to drown down here anymore. So I can grab these purple coins. Does it still have water in it? Yeah, it's like a little puddle. Won't cause a problem anymore. Knuckles is like, how you can't swim, you simpleton. I mean... He couldn't either until, I think, the adventure games, because none of the characters knew how to swim in the classic games. Although it did kind of change a bit with some of like the later ports. Like, I think the Christian Whitehead builds changed that a bit. But that's besides the point. I don't think Knuckles officially started to swim until like Sonic Adventure 2. Good enough, apparently, for a figure 8. I was right. You go up to that like pyramid-like structure, and then that's how you do the dive here. So based on what I'm seeing, it is, I think, from around there. Okay, so there's a spring that you hit, and this is after you do the flooding thing. You hit a spring, launches you up, you hit the balloons, and right around the rail, and then you get flung in the air. Okay, that's how you're supposed to do this naturally. Well, we did the cheater way before, so solved that puzzle.
Okay, your flying nightmare is a step up from the giant. Very mobile, but it's going to end the same way.
How are you able to utilize the Chaos Emeralds? I must reassess the battle parameters. I cannot afford to have you win again.
Well, you know, you could call it off and let me save my friends in peace. No? Fine. We'll do it your way.
Sonic, I do think you did avoid the question. How are you using those Chaos Emeralds effectively? How do you transform into Super Sonic? Answer the secret. I must know for research purposes. Be that one character from Sonic Boom that talked about his fan stories. Don't worry. This is fine. We're going to use the family-friendly ones today. That's still like one of my favorite episodes from Sonic Boom, was where they actually reference those like fan fictions of how weird they can get. It's like, ooh, Son Amy. Oh, that one's a little too spicy. Oh god, they went there for this show? If you've never seen the Sonic Boom TV show, that's probably the best thing from the Sonic Boom franchise, and it's worth a watch. It only got 2 seasons, sadly. Because I don't know how well Season 2 performed compared to Season 1, but I guess it wasn't good enough to renew it. Unfortunately, the show only had 2 seasons, and it kind of ended. I wouldn't say on a cliffhanger, because the story, they never really have like an overarching story in Boom. It's just like the last 2 episodes, they were an overarching one, where you had to watch one to go into the next, I believe. But that ending, like they introduced a new character, and they were setting up like, oh, we can do so much more now. And then they never got a Season 3. So it's like, nah, that feels bad, man. The show was good, but unfortunately, I guess it just didn't get the views near the end. But at that time, I think people were kind of done with the Sonic Boom universe. It was a weird one. Like, the whole idea of the Western reboot for the game was an idea Sega had, but then kind of want to pull back the idea on a bit, because they didn't want to, I guess, have Western devs fully commit to that idea so that they could change Sonic's origin story themselves. It was a whole mess of a situation. Essentially killing a brand new studio, in a sense. Like, they're still around. Big Red Button that made the Wii U game, they're still doing stuff. It's just not the same. I think they work on VR things now. At least that's the last I heard, and that was like maybe a few years ago. Because they had so much potential, and then Sega wanted to change a whole bunch of stuff and sign a contract to put their Sonic games on the Wii U and 3DS exclusively. So a game that was being developed on an engine that did not support the Wii U had to be ported to the Wii U, and the devs were crying. Oh man, it's like seriously, that game had so much potential, but Sonic Boom is like one of the most boring games in the whole franchise. It suffered so bad from just a bunch of crunch and just a bunch of developer changing. And that was all because of Sega for the most part. If I ever did a stream of that game for some kind of like challenge run, the challenge run would be to actually beat it again. I don't know what to do in that game. It's not really that hard. That's the thing. Is Shark active? I think Shark wants to play, but I don't want to play. Definitely not supposed to be up here like this, but hey, let me do it. Come on, I'm trying to get a very specific boost jump off of this. It's just like really tight to do on a platform like this. I might just stop here in a second. Oh, I kind of got it, just the wrong way. All right, I have idea number 2. I want to get over there, just from here, even though it's kind of stupid. Can I homing attack from here onto the spring? The answer is no. Alright, I'm going to abort this plan too. I'll just climb the wall like a normal person. Game really wants you to go get that Chaos Emerald right now. We don't technically need it yet. May even help, sure. We don't need it yet. I think we're almost far enough in the plot when it comes to talking with Knuckles to do a story-related Chaos Emerald instead of just a vault. Might as well grab it. We're right here in front of the Chaos Emerald now. That just perfectly set us up for the Emerald. Let me have it. Oh, cool, Emerald. Yep, we've seen this cutscene before. Yep, and that's a thing. And with that, now we need Knuckles again. Just right over in the corner. How convenient. This guy wants my Chaos Emerald. Takes the blue one again? I think that, yeah, it's the blue. But I can't tell what color that is. Because of the lighting here, which is red, or it almost looked like the red Emerald. I was expecting you to zoom away. I wonder what happens if you just leave the Chaos Emerald on the ground. I think that's a possibility. I don't want to find out. It probably just goes back to the vault on its own. Oh, here comes Shark. No Shark. I don't want a Shark. I'm going to talk to Knuckles. Actually, can I talk to Knuckles? I think the Shark is going to cause a problem for this one. I blame Shark for this. Knuckles, I'm going to have to leave you. If there's an enemy nearby and the game puts you in a combat state, you can't do anything. So in this case, can't talk to Knuckles because I'm in a combat state that I don't know how to talk and fight at the same time, apparently. It's kind of stupid. Alright, Shark should be going back into his nap state. So now I should be able to talk to Knuckles. Keep the camera turned just in case I see him by accident. I don't want Shark to reactivate.
Amy said her cyber cage wasn't a fun time. How was it for you?
Miserable. Like a living nightmare. It was the most alone I've ever felt. And at the same time, I was drowning in terrible visions and emotions. Like I said, nightmare.
Yeesh. These visions, they weren't like what Tikal showed us way back when, were they? Do these ruins sync up to when your ancestors were wiped out?
I don't think so. But if you're right, and that prison was bringing back those memories, that's cruel. If I find out who designed it, they're gonna pay.
It's nice we at least talk about the call again. I don't know if we ever get to see her because of legal issues with the echidnas, sadly. But at least we get to know that she exists still in the series, just based on name alone. I'm still kind of sad because of the whole lawsuit thing happening with, I believe it was Ken Penders. Like, he was kind of the reason why we can't use any of the echidnas going forward, which kind of sucks. Like, Knuckles is the only exclusion for that. Everyone else is like, we don't really want to use these because we don't want to get into another legal problem. So, Sega just kind of stopped using them. I think the, what was it, the Final Straw game was the, ironically enough, the game that didn't really do all that well for them. It was the Sonic Chronicles. I had to think of the game name for a second. Sonic Chronicles was kind of like camel that broke the straw, apparently, since that's the game that sparked the lawsuit. That's why I never got a Sonic Chronicles 2. Lawsuits. Might have been for the better, apparently, with how the game played. Like, story-wise it was alright, but gameplay was kind of crap. At least that's the general consensus I hear. Not a game I've ever played, although from what I hear, maybe I shouldn't. Kind of weird. I did see a light turn on and then off again down there. That's definitely like a draw distance thing. Fun fact, if it's true they had to remake the entire OST for Sonic Chronicles last minute because they lost the files or something. Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Kira. I think it was something to do where they had an issue with the original recordings and they just had to scramble last minute. That's why the soundtrack is so questionable at best. It wasn't planned to be like that to begin with. A lot of the knowledge I get when it comes to some of the development for these Sonic games have been either things that have been talked about over the years, or specifically a lot of like the What Happened videos that Matt Muscles made about some of these games, like Sonic Boom, Chronicles, Sonic 06, even Sonic Forces he's made videos on. So a lot of my knowledge has kind of come from that, because that guy does a lot of research to go into those videos. Can't see. Lighting too bright. Need sunglasses. Also, oh, we're at a part we can't really do anything at yet. We might as well just leave. That's like the final thing we'll be doing on this island. Story progression related. Oh yeah, an easy puzzle, my favorite. Oh, parry 3 times. Okay. Don't mind if I just do this. The only thing is, now I gotta press the buttons again. Although, I have to press them at the same time, because sometimes that happens if your button sticks. You can actually leave the puzzle by just sidestepping. Kind of the problem I have with sidestepping and parrying being mapped to essentially the same buttons. So if you're not careful trying to do a parry, you'll sidestep instead. Or guard in this case, because I had to guard the parry. Because in some ways, I'm glad this wasn't like Bayonetta style parrying, because you gotta do that almost frame perfect in some cases. Like, it does ask the player to be really precise when trying to parry. I should have enough to get the skill here, right? Yeah, the spin slash. This is similar to an ability we already got just by exploring this island. You just press the A button now. You don't have to hold it. And you just do the spin kick. Well, it's more like a homing attack styled spin because Sonic stays in his ball form. But then it just kind of ends off doing the kick instead of just spin kicking. Can I make that from here? Probably should just jump over it. Be safe. How did I not select that? Thank you. We're gonna have an all left puzzle again. Almost. Now we're going to the right. Oh, how different. To be fair, I am moving back over to the center one so fast that it's not giving me the center platform for the puzzle. If I'm standing on that block in question, it's not gonna highlight it for the puzzle. So I am kind of making it easier by just going right back to center. I could go all the way around here, or I could literally just turn right. Why would I go the distance? I can just take a shortcut. Really? Sometimes I swear I get a figure 8 and the game disagrees. And then sometimes I definitely didn't get a figure 8 and it's like, ah, good enough. Here you go. Figure 8s can be weird sometimes when they're triggered. But it's really good to know. I didn't learn about the infinite boost thing until, I think, halfway through this island. Because I think I just did it by accident. Because I don't think anything in the game tells you if you do an infinity sign with the side loop that you get infinite boost. I think you're just supposed to find it out as a player. As like a little reward for playing around with the side loop. But I just found it by complete accident. I think a lot of players can say the same thing. I think we all just kind of found this by accident. Now, in some ways, it does kind of feel good, though, to stream an open world game again, because it's been a while. Like, the Breath of the Wild series we wrapped up at the end of 2021, so it's been over a year. I've never played an open world game before this came out. Actually, it was less than a year technically when I played it, but over a year for the stream's sake. Why are all these springs marked as trick springs? You can only do a trick on one of them. That's kind of a waste. Like, going back to that idea of, like I said, this is being like the first open world thing we've done like over a year. These are kind of games I do really enjoy to stream more than like make dedicated videos on, because a thing like this, it just works better for the live stream format to interact with chat when I'm doing this kind of thing, go on random tangents about whatever else. instead of just having like a proper video format, because it's harder to really pace something like this out for proper video. It just really is, unfortunately. Just the nature of its design, you can do whatever you want, so it's really hard to structure video content around. That's why I don't think I really have plans to ever cover an open world game on the main channel for like a Let's Play, for example. Because it's just kind of hard to do a Let's Play of a game like this. Not to say that will like never happen, because if I can figure out how, then maybe I'll debate it. But again, it's kind of like this is really hard to structure in that kind of format. It just works really well with the stream format as open world, open design on content creation. Just kind of like meshes together. Same kind of idea. That makes sense. Stop hitting the ring. I just want to fall. I want to go back down there because I want to get back to the other island part. Here we are, Big's fishing hole. I think before we go into this though, I'm going to take a quick little break so I can get up and stretch for a bit. So when we come back, we're gonna go fishing. Then we can kind of just talk about more random nonsense, as you do when you fish. So we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Time for Big. All right, we're back, but we definitely are not in front of Big's fishing pond because I want to change my costume. So let's go ahead and change it out now. So this one's gonna be weird, but happy holidays! We're gonna play as the holiday cheer suit Sonic next. It's definitely left field. Well, why not, right? Merry Christmas. 2 months late. It's Merry Christmas, Sonic. And a happy new fishing journey. This came out in December, so it came out very fitting for the Christmas time. I definitely am not streaming this in December, so I'm way off season. It was a holiday like, what, a week ago or so? Happy President's Day, Sonic. He's wearing the president's hat, I swear.
Hey, Sonic.
Definitely not Santa's.
Welcome back.
Santa's my president.
Would you like to try? I'll let you borrow a rod.
So I don't know how long we're gonna be here, but I've been fishing for a little while. How we all doing? How was everyone's like, what, like 3-minute break or something? Wasn't that long, but it was enough for me to get up and stretch. It was also enough for me to fix up my sign back there a little bit. I had to take my batteries out. That sign's interesting when it comes to how it works because it takes 3 AA batteries, or there's a micro USB port in the back, so you can just plug it in with that for a power source. So right now I took out the batteries because they're dead, and I just hooked up to a battery bank. The battery bank I think has a much longer runtime compared to the batteries I was using. The batteries I have for that thing are like super old and very drained AA rechargeable batteries. I've had them for like probably 12, 13 years, so they're definitely gone at this point. And there's still, you know, enough power to power a load powered device, say like a TV mode or something. Definitely not a light like that apparently. It takes a little more power than I expected. Yeah, there's one for fast travels. At this point, we're getting a much bigger payout per fish we catch. It might cost us more every time we fish, but we get a lot. So it won't take us all that long to re-unlock the rest of these egg memos. By the time we're done here, we might have enough to buy the rest of the egg memos, because that's really all we need for this said playthrough from Big Shop. Because the other things we're not going to be using. We're not going to be using the seeds to level up. We're not going to be using the cocoa at all. We're full on rings, so I don't need to worry about that. If anything else, I might just buy the skill points so we can get the rest of our skills faster, and that's essentially all we'll need. That's also a big fish. Like a very big fish. I don't know if anyone saw the state of play today, but was that any good? I skipped it. If you want to hear, it's probably for the best, because it sounded like a sleep fest. They mainly focus on that new Suicide Squad game. And I think a lot of people were just kind of mixed on it. I think the biggest thing they showed people were really interested in was the Resident Evil 4 remake stuff, because that's coming out in like a couple weeks. That's about all I heard. Right now is like new season. We just had a Nintendo Direct in the beginning of the month. We just had State of Play from Sony. There's a Pokemon Direct next week. Splatoon has been dropping a whole bunch of information on their Twitter. Mario movie's getting another Direct here soon. It's like, we're just new city. News, news, news. It's insane how busy of a month February has been in terms of like the news scene. I just say though, since I'm a big Splatoon guy in this house, I don't know if you noticed how much I've streamed the game. I'm really excited for this next season to start because they're adding in some of the stuff that they were talking about during that August Splatoon Direct. So it's been like 6 months or something crazy. But they're finally adding in the online table turf battle, so you can finally play that card game with friends. That's been absent since the game's launch, and they talked about it coming at some point, but it's finally coming. And now there's also a jukebox in the lobby, so you can change the song you're listening to while you're waiting. It does cost money now, unfortunately, to change your song, so it's not like the Splatoon 1 days where you could just change on the fly for free. It costs 100 coins to change it over, which that's not bad. 100 gold coins to Splatoon. You get those like every time you sneeze, essentially. You're guaranteed to get those as long as you play at least one game of turf. So the fact you can finally change the lobby music to whatever, it's cool. I'm glad that at least they brought that back, but no rhythm game yet. Where's my Squid Beats 3? The only thing they're missing at this point from that August Direct they announced, minus the DLC that's coming soon. Because we know Side Order is going to launch probably sometime in the summer, and that's the big thing they talked about.
Would you like to try?
I didn't mean to do that, but let's just see how much percentage we have done here. The only thing they really haven't announced coming yet to the game they talked about all the way back in that Direct is League Battles, because that's still absent, and that would be nice to have. As much as I like being able to play with friends in ranked mode via the Anarchy Open method, League Battle will be a little more balanced for playing with friends because it will calculate a score based on how well you're doing as a team.
Like to try?
So it can properly match you with people of your skill level compared to the Anarchy. It's like, well, that guy's like an S+, but his teammate's like a B. I have no idea. Just put him with whoever, so the skill levels could be anywhere. League Battle will make that a little more balanced, I would think, so it'll be easier to play with friends and not worry about your score going down. It's like the only thing they're missing from that Direct that hasn't been announced yet for Splatoon 3, and I don't know why it's taking so long. Like, X-Battle came within a few months of the game coming out. The first season update, in fact. But League Battle, it's still absent. And I don't know why. I thought it'd be added in during the same time, but I guess not. But in some way, I'm also excited for the next season to start, because then I can actually start getting stuff from the catalog again. Because I swear, this whole month has kind of been focused on just grinding that game to get that catalog up. And that Splatfest we had alone, I went up, what is it, 30 levels? Which was insane. The most I've ever climbed in that said catalog ranking. Which I don't know if I'm ever going to do something like that again. It's going to force you without playing the game for about 2 months. And I'm glad I did it, because now I have it maxed out, so I got all the things from the catalog. So going to the next season, I'm going to be able to just play one a day, get my win to get the bonus, and I won't have to worry. Because if you play the game every day and get that first win of the day bonus, you should be able to get all 100 catalog levels without a problem. I'm not going to stress about that again if I just play that way. It's the way to go in that game. Like how in the first pond we got a chomper, and then the second one we just got a small chomper. It's the same thing. Also, where's the hook? Like, Sonic's just holding nothing. I know, like, fishing rod line is, like, super thin looking. But I would see the hook somewhere. That's not thin. Like a big piece of metal. I still feel gypped that Big has this proper fishing pole with a proper lure, and he has a spindle on it so he can reel it back proper. We're just using a stick with some line on it and just throwing it out there. Like the cheapest lure you can probably get from like Home Depot or something. Oh wait, no, it is upgraded. No, this is a different rod. It just, in this shot, this is why I'm confused. In this shot, when Sonic is doing the cast, it doesn't have a spindle. But in this shot, when he's pulling the thing out of the water and holding it, no, that's not a spindle. Never mind, that is the bobber. Well, that's weird looking. Why is the bobber there, like on this side, and Sonic's holding the fish over here? That's a long bobber line. Can't see it. So thin, it might as well be invisible. Never mind, Big, you're still cheaping me out. Where's my proper? Let me have yours. Your fishing pole is much better. I'm getting the stick and the string one. Oh, good, a star post. I was wondering when I had a checkpoint. Now I can leave again. I'm not going to just yet. I think we have a couple more fish in us before we have max. There's no easy way to check unless you know what fish are in the area and then double check your fishing log. So I just find it easier to leave and check the amount of fish you caught, like the percentage of it. I think I'll do one more cast and we'll see if we have everything from that. I'll have to go back in again because I do want to buy stuff, but that's not a big deal. Luckily, because I'm playing with fast loading times, it's not a problem. If this was like one of the older consoles with a hard drive or the Switch and it took like 30 seconds to load, I probably would change up my strategy a bit, because going in and out so many times would waste a couple minutes. The nice thing with modern games is just they load so fast on modern hardware. I don't have to worry about it. Also, welcome back, Ethan. How was the dinner? You have fish? I have plenty of fish if you're still hungry. We got an army of fish.
Try? I'll let you borrow
I can make a barbecue
rod.
spit fish. No, thank you. I'm good. I'll eat the goalpost. How would that taste? Alright, so how much do we have? 84%? We still need more. That's like 4, maybe 5 new entries.
Hey, would you like to try?
Don't like fish. Okay, that's fair. Not everyone does. I'm kind of the same boat. There's some fish I'll eat, and then others I won't. Like, I like fish sticks. It's like, that's generic, I know. Well, that's fine. I'll eat shrimp. I like salmon. Like some other kind of fish I've tried, just, nah, it's not really my thing. I think it also depends how you prepare it, too. I like the split, though. Almost everyone here is like, I don't like fish, but bro here is like, I love fish. To be fair. Fish is good for you, so it's good to like it. I know it's supposed to help on, like, your brain. Like, you're supposed to eat more fish, it can help your brain cells, something like that. Oh, I pressed the button early. Oh no, I wasted our fishing. Well, whatever shall I do? It's not that expensive to try again. Not like I have 115 coins. Hey, that goes with my jacket. Yeah, Santa Sonic, we changed over the costume before we went to Big's fishing. It's like, I don't know when else I'm gonna use this, so Merry Christmas, Big. I want to show off all the costumes that are in the game currently, so even if it's out of place, like now, we're still using it. It's still like, I don't know, it kind of fits Sonic to have this because Christmas Sonic was a thing in Sonic Adventure 2. I believe that was one of the costumes for the battle mode on Dreamcast. It was actual DLC for that game back in the day. So this is essentially a reference back to that game. So the only other Sonic game where he's had the Christmas outfit available is 20 years later? A little over 20. Sonic Adventure 2 that came out in 2001, I think, or 2001 to 2. I can't remember the exact release date because I'm thinking of GameCube release, and that's definitely not the same as the Dreamcast. They're like a year apart. I think it was 2000 for the original release. And then the GameCube re-release of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was a year later, if I remember. And none of the Dreamcast DLC came over, which is kind of sad. The Dreamcast DLC for the most part was all just extra stuff for the multiplayer mode, where it was just extra costumes, so it didn't really matter too much on that front. But then we missed all the racing track levels, because there was a bunch of DLC with that. Okay, good, we're done here. I'll just buy my items and we'll be out. Yeah, it's like a shame we didn't get all the racing
Hey, would
stuff
you
that
like
came
to
out. There was
try?
like
I'll
3
let
different
you
courses they
borrow a
made for
ride.
DLC, and they're pretty interesting. But none of them ever released outside of the Dreamcast, so kind of a shame. You can get the costumes as mods for the PC version, but those racing tracks are still Dreamcast exclusive, if I'm not mistaken. So unfortunately that you would have to dust off your Dreamcast or maybe use a Dreamcast emulator for it. Alright, let me get all these deck memos. And that's it. Sold out, so we got them all. We're done. How much money am I losing? Takes a minute. There you go. Okay, so I lost like about 100-ish, a little over 100. I have more than enough now to buy whatever else I want. I can get more portal gear, so I don't have to worry about fighting any more of the bosses. But I think I just kind of want to push for the 50 skill point so we can get the remaining moves right now. Is there no easy way of doing this? Oh, space will work. Mash that space button! I probably should be careful. This broke a previous keyboard. Well, actually, mashing it didn't break. It just broke on its own. I miss my keyboard. I really do. Like, for reference, can I show people what I'm talking about here? I might be able to. I just have to load up the thing in question. Also, I have to add this to this specific scene. Where is it? Yep, it's where I can. OBS. Add that to this scene, so that way you guys can actually see what I'm talking about. I don't know if it's gonna work right away. It should. Okay, it does. There you go. Okay, so for reference sake, I'm using this thing. This is not my normal keyboard. The reason being is my normal keyboard I don't have anymore. Unfortunately, the spacebar fell off just from normal use. When I type, I'm like this with the spacebar. I normally press a little more to the right side. And after a while, that just kind of stuck. So when I was just using the keyboard, it just stuck in. I learned the reason why this stuck was that the keycap on the inside broke off. So the keyboard no longer had a working spacebar. So I had to write into the company. So in question, it was EVGA. I had to write into them and tell them, hey, this thing ain't working. It's like, it just broke. And like, yo, nah, that's cool. We'll get that fixed for you. No problem. Just take that and just like put it in the mail. So I'm like, oh, I don't have a keyboard anymore. That kind of sucks. So for now, I'm just using this backup one. This is like a wireless gateway keyboard I've had like for 14 years, something like that. This is an old keyboard, but it gets the job done. I just need something for now that can just work. So I can just turn that off and we'll get back to normal gameplay. I'm glad at least they honored the warranty. It kind of sucked though. I have to be without it for about like 2-ish weeks, something like that. But it's getting repaired for free, and that thing costs normally like $200, so I'm fine with this. EVGA is really good with warranties. This is not the first time I worked with them on that front. I had a power supply from them that was squealing at me, and I told them, like, hey, should it be making this noise? And they're like, no, send it in. And when I did, they gave me an upgrade. Like, the one I got back was not the one I sent them. It was a better unit, so they're really good with their warranties. I trust them with stuff like that. Anyways, these are all the fish we got. Lots of fish. And then, you know, repeat things like the Tingay and Star Post. Like, these things can show up here too, unfortunately. Which kind of makes getting all the fish in an area a little more annoying. Oh, yeah, I was just get it back up a little bit in chat. Yeah, there is like a Sonic Gotcha, but which one? There's a couple. They made a couple over the years. Like, I think the big one they're pushing is still the Sonic Dash. And there was the one that was based on Forces, which I think that's still going on. It's the only thing for Forces they kind of kept alive. I wouldn't be surprised if they add those skins of Sonic to that game too. Or if they already did. They might have for Sonic Dash. That game's been going on since like 2014. Alright, let's listen to remaining these logs, because there's, I think, 24 in total. So let's start with 9.
The ancients seem to have employed a set of strange icons as keepsakes or totems. That same imagery is being used by the Coco running around the islands. Did the Coco inspire the ancients? Or did the Coco adopt the leftovers once the ancients were gone?
And it's a good question. What's going on with the ancients? Is there a Coco thing, or were they here before Coco? Like, there's a lot of questions in this world that you kind of just have to figure out on your own. Some stuff's explained, but some stuff's not. And Eggman's still trying to figure out half of this on his own.
Something wiped out the ancients, that's for certain. A catastrophic event caused dire environmental shifts across the islands. It appears they made some effort to rebuild, but they were living on borrowed time. They died out within a generation.
Yeah, we don't see the ancients anymore because they are all gone. Technically, Chaos from Sonic Adventure, that is the same species as the ancients. He was the last surviving one. And we haven't seen him since Sonic Adventure 1, so who knows what's really going on with him. I think he might still be in the Master Emerald. He might have been sealed back in. I don't know if they explain what happened to him lore-wise after Sonic Adventure 1. Like, his soul was freed after the battle, we know that much, so he's not evil anymore. But I don't know what happened to him after. He might have just left. But he's the last ancient. That's the point.
I don't believe this. I had Sage run a diagnostic on the recorded genetic data of the ancients, and then against archives I have with me. They're relatives of Chaos, the god of destruction. After countless years, their DNA corroded to the point they were completely transformed into a new species. Some kind of radiation affected them for eons, making them unrecognizable. Except to a genius like me.
This is when you find out that theory you just had about Chaos being an ancient. Well, they confirm it right here. So, you might have already figured out. I kind of did a little bit on my own before I got to this memo. This just confirms it.
I'm deploying my most advanced artificial intelligence into the ancient network spanning the Starfall Islands. I've codenamed it Sage. Sage will take over the alien network, take control of all its resources, and give them to me. Once I'm out of here.
I like that laugh he does, because it sounds more like a cry of agony. It's not like like he normally does. It's like like, help me, ah. I don't know what that was about. It definitely was not a laugh. Also, what does Sage stand for? Because he codenames it Sage, that's his AI. I think it does stand for something, I just don't know what. Eggman from Sonic Adventure 1. I can't believe this. When it comes to the whole Chaos thing, yeah.
Sage is performing at peak efficiency. Makes me wonder where I went wrong with Orbot and Cubot. Not only is she taking control of the Ancients network, but she's harassing Sonic as well. I love it!
I do like that little callback, because we never see Orbot and Cubot in this plot, but they are still a thing. It's just, they're not here with Eggman. But Sage is more of like a really smart advancement of those two, because Orbot and Cubot were kind of more comic relief. I think Orbot was the first of the two introduced in Sonic Unleashed. He was a lot more monotone and serious. Didn't really have much of a character. It got more developed starting with Sonic Colors. Cubot was introduced in Colors, and he was definitely the comic relief one of the two. Orbot was a little more serious, but lighthearted. So, like, they helped a little bit with Eggman's thoughts and plans, but let's be real, they were just kind of there to laugh at. Sage definitely is more of that serious character, and you can really see that that's what Eggman wanted.
Despite her best efforts, Sage can't seem to control the Titans. Phooey. She can prompt them to act, but something is blocking her from assuming total control.
Yeah, and what that is, maybe it's the super scary voice that we're hearing in our heads. I don't know, maybe it's just a theory.
Sage keeps running the numbers by me, and it's getting tedious. Yes, the power that wiped out the Ancients was formidable. Yes, unleashing it on this world would be catastrophic. But I'm a genius! Once I'm out of here, I'll find a way to handle it. Better yet, weaponize it against Sonic.
Always thinking of one way to take down Sonic and or take over the world. One of the two. You know what they say, the more the merrier when it comes to these powers. Can agree there, Kira.
Sage has been crucial to my survival here in cyberspace. Early warnings of hostile entities, guiding me past firewalls, keeping me updated on progress in the real world. She's the best. It's a program. An adorable program, a very personable program. I wonder if she has a preference.
Eggman, yeah, just a minute. You like Sage. Like her like your own daughter. Sage is his daughter. Like, just flat out. Like, that's gonna happen more and more in the story. You need to really listen to these egg memos to actually see this kind of thing happen with Eggman's character, but it does just eventually come out where he gets a bigger connection with Sage. Like, it's a thing we'll see later in a cutscene, too. So, it helps to have these memos, but we'll see it again later in the story. Also, I wonder if she has a preference. It's like, you never asked your AI what they want to identify as? Or maybe even what they want to be called? Eggman, you are a terrible father.
I never really knew my cousin Maria. Everyone spoke of her like she was very special. All that love for someone who was gone when I was right there. But I have to wonder, back then, was she anything like Sage is now?
I do like the subtle reference back to Maria in this, though, because, yeah, Eggman didn't really do much with Maria. That's why I didn't really know her that well. But he kind of compares Sage and Maria because maybe they're both similar when it comes to the kind-hearted nature. Kind of see that.
Sage told the funniest joke during her report. How fast can Sonic screw things up? Instantly, he's the fastest thing alive. I tell you, she's a chip off the old block. Well, for a program, I mean. It's not like she's alive. Or family, or...
Just admit that she's your daughter. Like, come on, man, you're spelling it out so much. Like, I love my daughter, Sage. I mean, what? Didn't say that out loud. It's like he's very embarrassed by it, even though these are his own private memos that only he can listen to. Don't ask how Big got these. They were in the pond.
Who says I can't create life, huh? Just a bunch of proteins pumping together. Anyone can do that. A true genius does it with code and electrons. And if I did create life, she would be brilliant and loyal and perfectly effective. And you know why? Because her dad is a genius, that's why.
And there you have it. Finally, he used the D word. Like, come on, just stop sugarcoating it. You are dad. Also, just a bunch of proteins bumping together. Anyone can do that. Great sex ed talk, Eggman. Explain that one to her. Use that wording exactly. She's definitely not gonna give you the weird eye, just the weird eye answer that.
Sonic's on the island. Of course, Sonic is on the island. I can't remember the last time I had a good night's scheme without him ruining it. Still, for a purely organic creature, obtaining Mach 1 of his own volition is impressive. I'm man enough to admit that.
You will admit when Sonic has a good thing. Then that's it. Like, he doesn't want to really care for the guy. He doesn't want to be friends, but he will admit to when a character has, like, a strong suit or not. Like, Eggman's not that mean.
It's Sonic who named me Eggman. Except the joke's on him. I embraced the name. I made it my own. His mockery is now a name feared across the ages. I'm not going to adopt Baldy McNose here, though. My dignity has limits.
Oh, come on. Everyone loves Baldy McNose hair. Like, just put that on your next battleship. I do like how they acknowledge that Sonic was the one that named me Eggman because they just randomly changed his name over here in the States. From Sonic Adventure 1, like, onwards, he was called Eggman starting then. Because he was known as Robotnik for the longest time, but that was more of a translation thing. He was always known as Eggman over in Japan. So, starting in Sonic Adventure, they finally changed it over to make it more consistent, but for canon-wise names, they're trying to say Sonic was the one that named me that, and I'm just embracing it. I like how they gave you a story reason instead of just like, why not? It's a cool name. I'll take it. And then just that's it. They never explain why he's called Eggman.
It appears Amy Rose has been dragged into the mix. Clever girl. Tenacious. She's come a long way since being an easy pawn in my schemes to ensnare Sonic. It seems like she had some trouble finding herself. But when you hang around with someone with as big an ego as Sonic, self-identification has to be a challenge.
Translation: man, it took so many games for Amy to actually have a character besides I love Sonic. Must have. And that's it. That was her character for what is it, like over 10 plus years? It wasn't until more of the modern era games where they finally started to change her character, like kind of starting with Sonic Unleashed. She still had that like starstruck thing for Sonic, but she was starting to become a little more serious in the plot. And then going from like Sonic Generations onwards, she was starting to become a little, well, actually, I can't really say Sonic Generations onwards. Maybe Sonic Lost World onwards, because she's still starstruck in that game. But starting with like Lost World, she started to have a more independent character, aka a character. I'm glad though, because Amy is like a really strong, independent woman kind of character now. She's very well developed.
Knuckles is here too? What a rube. That hair trigger of his is a problem, but also a boon when I can get him to go off in the right direction. Wait, if he's here, that means the Master Emerald is unguarded. Its power will be mine. Oh, no wait. I'm stuck here. Phooey.
I love how they actually have to bring that up. It's like, wait, Knuckles is not guarding the Master Emerald. Wait, he guards the Master Emerald. What a revolution, because I swear they forgot about that halfway through the series' life.
Sonic's here, so it's no surprise Tails is too. It's a pity. Young Prower has a keen mind and loads of potential, yet he's fixated on worshipping Sonic. And again, maybe that's for the best. Given all the trouble he gave me in Station Square and on the Ark, I think I prefer him wasting his potential lingering in Sonic's shadow.
I mean, that's him kind of giving Tails credit, saying he could be a real nuisance to deal with, kind of like Sonic, because of his smarts. He would be a really good rival for Eggman when it comes to technology stuff. But as long as it's in Sonic's shadow, I don't really have to worry much. So that is kind of a thing. Yeah, he's been more held back because of the whole Sonic thing. He's kind of like on his side at all times, and that's kind of been his character for a couple years. But he's been changing a bit on that. Like, he's more independent in some games, like Station Square and the Ark incidents, that's Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. He acted on his own during those moments. But that's it. There's no more egg memos. It's only just the 24. So we unlocked them all. We're done here. Let's leave. I guard the what now? It's just Knuckles asking, wait, what? Master Emerald. Oh no. Oh no. No, actually just play the oh no sound effect of Knuckles from, what was it like? No, I was thinking Knuckles Shut Up is like for Sonic X, but the oh no is Sonic Adventure 1. Although you remind him about his job with the Master Emerald, then you can play the Sonic X Shut Up, because he just wants to forget about it. But I do agree, Kira, though, going back a little bit. It is interesting to see Eggman say things like, I respect him, but I don't have to like him when it comes to Sonic. Like, there are traits about the character he will admit. It's like, yeah, oh, this is good about him. Like, this stuff is admirable, but still hate the guy. Like, he's still my rival. I still want to stop him at any corner. So, no matter what, he will still give credit to a person when it's due. Because that's been brought up a couple times in the series. Like, Sonic Adventure 2 was probably the biggest case of this, where they had to work together. But Eggman and Sonic working together didn't really change his view on Sonic. It's like, I may have to work with you, but that doesn't mean I have to like you. I'm betting that's the shut up clip, isn't it? Or the oh no clip. Isn't it? If I highlight over. Yep, it's the oh no clip. That's what I thought. I can insert oh no from here.
More Eggman tech. Looks like he was planning a full invasion. So where is he?
As we learned from all those memos, stuck in cyberspace. That's where he is. Now, since we have all the egg memos, since there's only the 24, we lost them all from Big's Fishing, and that's kind of a point I want to bring up. We see Eggman's like technology kind of throughout the world here and there. These would have been perfectly fine spots to hide some of the memos, but instead they're all behind Big's Fishing. So we do get little snippets of Ebbit. No, that's his new nickname. Adopt that one. We do see snippets of Eggman trying to do things around these different islands with his ships, but that's about it. We don't really know much else until we start listening to all those egg memos, realizing he's stuck in cyberspace from him trying to gain this power for himself that all these different islands have, like between the Titans and then some of the Ancients technology. All that he was trying to figure out for his own, but that didn't work out, so Sage is the thing now trying to keep him safe. I think Eggman were originally the Eggman ship thing, but they moved them to big to run out of time. I don't know, because there are some time constraint issues this game does have for its development. Like, even though this game wasn't very rushed out, and it did have 5 years, really, to, like, just be developed, there were still some cutbacks that were made in development over time, from what I have heard over the past couple months, and even from, like, some dev interviews. So there are certain things that I think needed a little more time in the oven, but they didn't really have it. Because I think they were still dead set on getting this game out by the end of 2022. I don't think that was really negotiable anymore. But Sega did at least give these guys enough time to at least make the open zone concept a reality. So if we see another one of these games, for example, maybe it'll be more fleshed out because of just the nature of how this worked. This was the first of its kind, so there were some struggles here and there in development, and they had to change things because of a bunch of stuff while they're changing development, which led to some time constraints near the end. There's a bunch, I think, that was probably changed and cut around because of either just not knowing how to do things in this style since it's the first of its kind, or just maybe because they're running out of time. But hey, if Sega wants to give these guys a bigger budget for, say, like Sonic Frontiers 2, I don't think it's going to be rushed. They learned after Sonic Forces kind of bombed compared to Sonic Mania that we should probably give these guys, you know, as much time as they really need to flesh out a game instead of just kind of pump out a game kind of haphazardly, because it's not working anymore. It really showed, because we had a really solid game in 2017 with Sonic Mania, and then a few months later Forces came out and it just kind of So I think they kind of learned at the Forces, which really helped, because I swear, it feels like a lesson Sega's got to learn every couple years, because this always seems to happen. Sonic Boom and SonicGhost 6 are great examples. But we do have a bunch of free DLC. Like, you guys are right on that front. There might be a sequel in the works during the time of the DLC. It's hard to really say, because that could be like a separate team working on the DLC. Like, we don't really know. I would think, because of how they're structuring things. Normally how game development works is that when a game is done, they set aside a team afterwards to work on downloadable content for it. Because if the game sells well enough, then they can put more DLC into it, which they can make more money from the game. Whether it be from free updates to get more people to buy into the game, or just paid DLC so they can actually sell a product. But if a game doesn't really sell that well, that's when that whole thing is scrapped. Then after the DLC is done, that's when they're free to make a sequel. But there are cases sometimes where maybe the teams are big enough, they can split it. They have a small team work on DLC, and the rest of the main staff work on a sequel. It kind of just depends on, like, the size of the team, I think. And Sega has a big team working for Sonic, so it's hard to say. I would think they would put more of their attention into a set of DLC now, because that's roadmap for this entire year for DLC. I think they put all their efforts into that before they even start working on full-on development for a sequel. They might just be, like, storyboarding it and then getting concepts down. That would make more sense. Because this game took 5 years. Normally, Sonic games don't take 5 years. Well, that is saying something. Team B basically works on Puyo Puyo. I mean, yeah, for Sega, yeah, you got a point on that. Usually Team B is also like a smaller thing. So for them, Puyo Puyo, I mean, there's not that many games really coming out for that series, but when they're out, they have to, like, kind of tweak it. Nice miss. They do have to tweak it every once in a while with some, like, balancing. Because I think there's, like, that one that came out, like, 2 years ago or so that's more designed as, like, an online style thing. Like, definitely heavily push for online stuff. So it has to be balanced here and there. And updates for the servers. I don't know. The only one I've ever played in recent years has been Puyo Puyo Tetris, which was the combo one that was released years ago in Japan, and then finally got like an international release in 2017. I like the games, it's just I don't really have the time to put into them as much, so I really only played a little bit of Puyo Puyo Tetris. It's fun. I'm mainly a Tetris guy than Puyo. I had exactly 30. Wow. I cut that close after I took a hit. Once Sega's putting more priority on Yakuza, like Dragon, games got a huge surge. Somewhat, yeah, I think you're right on that, Kira, because of how well Yakuza's done over the past couple years. That's kind of why they've slowed down on some other franchises, because that's been doing well for them. So they've mainly been focused on Yakuza and Sonic over the past few years, because those two franchises, they sell, and they sell well. They had other ones, like, they done a bunch of Hatsune Miku games for multiple years, like, in a row. There was one point they were putting one out a year or so, but then it kind of slowed down starting in 2017. We only seen, like, one every few years, so they're kind of cutting back on, like, the rhythm game stuff. Puyo Puyo they'll do, like, here and there. I thought we released, like, a new game every few years. That's another one, it's like, they don't need to release it all the time, but it's been slowed down. It feels like Yakuza gets, like, a new game a year at this rate. We have a lot of Yakuza games at this point. It's hard to keep up. I need to play them, but the problem is if I want to play them, I know they're time sinks, and there's so many. I feel like I'll be playing that series for a couple of years. That's at least. But I do own a couple of them on PC, so I should probably give them a shot at some point. I'll start with probably the beginning, because I think I have... Yakuza 0 is supposed to be the first one in the series when it comes to the story, so it's probably the one I play first. On Point Boy Stewie to get a modern port at some point. What was that released on then, if that's the case? Saying modern port, that has to be an older game. .3DS. Okay, so yeah, that was a while ago at this point. That would be cool to see like a modern re-release of the game. I don't see why not. With all the Puyo Puyo they've done over the years, like the series does sell when they do release them. Miku sold down to Club Sega, the arcade no longer be a major investment, like 2017 or so. Yeah, something like that, Kira. It's been years, but I think it was more officially like a dead scene in Japan in the past year or two. Like the arcades have been slowly dying, even in Japan for a while, and it's only more recently been a problem. Which is why now, yeah, they're not going to be doing many Miku things, because Miku was mainly an arcade thing that kind of made its way over the consoles after the fact. Because after 2017, that's kind of when I think that scene, even the arcades, was slowing down. So I think you're right on that. Because it was like, I think we got one or two that same year, because there was that PS4 game and the 3DS game. And then it kind of went dormant until, I think it was 2020, where there was that Miku game on the Switch. And then like a little over a year later, maybe 2 years, they ported that game to the PC, and then that's pretty much it. So it's like they've been cutting back there because it hasn't been working out anymore on that front either. Both in terms of like the arcade scene and even just for home console market. And they're fun games. Like I really like them because they're challenging for rhythm games, but I don't have to have a stupid peripheral to play them. It's like, I want to play Guitar Hero, but I gotta dig out the stupid guitar every time. Like that, a lot of extra setup compared to a rhythm game like a Miku game where I could just pull out a controller. Like, there, I'm done. I play games like that every once in a while because they're fun just to kind of tax the brain while also getting to listen to some music. Can I save this? Nope! Definitely can't. I do see a talk about a lot of Atlas stuff, and you guys are not wrong there. That's another thing that's been helping out Sega over the years, because Atlas and Sega, they're part of the same family at this point, since Atlas is owned by Sega. So anything they put out is a thing that really does help the company. Although the problem, more or less, is it seems like a majority of stuff Atlas puts out is nothing Persona related. So That's why it's like, oh yeah, we got some stuff from them, but it's also more stagnant because of how long Persona games take to develop for. Because we got Persona 5 years after that was announced. It was like, what, 4 years, something crazy. And then the next game is Persona 5 again, Persona 5 Royal. And then it's just like porting a lot of the other games. So it's a thing where they mainly focus on like one big series, although they do stuff here and there with other games. It just seems like the majority of what they focus on seems like it's mainly Persona, which I know some fans are getting a little tired of. It helped when Shin Megami Tensei 5 finally came out after 5 years. That game was announced so long ago. It took so long to come out. It's good it's finally a thing. But man, people were wondering at one point, is that even gonna come out? Because you announced that like before the Switch was released as a Switch exclusive, and it came out 5 years after that. Like, that was a little bit of a wait, to say the least. Okay, I keep on missing my target. I'm trying to get one of these memory token things, and it's definitely a harder one for me to find a starting point on. Yeah, it's like this one here. It's like, how the heck do I get to it? I'm trying to remember. Oh, I keep on looking at one of these paths, think I didn't get it. Sometimes that just happens. You may confuse one token for another in terms of just looking around the structure. It's literally just that. Ride on the rail real fast, and then die. Well, I'm pretty much done over here. It's like, I can get these things, and then I'm done. Oh, I'm getting into this bad habit that I had when I was playing originally, where I went out of my way to get every single one of these memory tokens, and it does nothing. It does nothing for you. There's no reason to get all these, because you only need a finite number to get all the memory cutscenes with characters, both the required ones and the optional ones. There's more than enough of these on the field. You don't have to get them all. Yet I did, because I'm insane. I'm not the only one who did this, right? I think, Matt, you did the same, but anyone else in chat who's played this game, have you done this? Or are we just crazy? I think it's probably the latter. We're probably just crazy. Can't help. I thought maybe there could be an extra cutscene that you could have got by doing all this. There's not, just to save you that trouble. You didn't? Well, that's probably for the best, Kira, as I just explained why. You don't need them. You only need a finite number. So after a while, you get enough, you can stop doing these. That's why I said, for the stream's sake, I don't know if we're going to do them all, because there's no reason to. I'm kind of just doing what I think I need to collect for now, just because I don't know if we have enough just yet for all the memory cutscenes. Both required and optional. We might have enough at this point. It's hard to say. Because I don't remember. There's like a finite number that you need for every island, and they change per island. So when you have that many, you can just check by looking at the top left of the screen, because you don't spend these. They just look, say, oh, I have 300. You need 300? I got 300. I'm stopping. Sounds like a pain. Yeah, Matt, you can echo this. It's a pain. It takes a long time. I mean, I did it when I was watching shows. Like, how I did this, no joke. Let me see if I can get the thing. Here we go. So what I did is, this is a controller clamp. So I took this and I mounted it to my Xbox controller. I mounted my phone to it. So I essentially played the game like this, if I can put the whole thing together. Actually, while I'm here, might as well save. There we go. So this is how I was playing the game a lot of times when I was doing this. I set it up like this and played via Steam Remote Play. In fact, I can probably do that right now, can't I? It won't break things, I swear. I can't play with this controller this way because it's paired to this computer, but just to prove a point. I imagine you might have done the same thing like I did, Matt, when you were playing, getting all the memory tokens, you were just watching a video in the background or something, because it just makes it so much easier. Doing all this without having something in the background, it just, ooh. Everything broke. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. Okay, well, interesting enough, it kind of did. Because it's not playing here, it's playing this screen. It's the newer update, that's why. It's also really quiet. Oh, no, now it's working. I don't know if it's any quieter for you guys. It's definitely quiet for me. So now we can listen through the phone. No, we're not doing that. So I played it like this, essentially. I would just lay back in my bed or like on the couch out in the living room while watching a show, and I would just play the whole game on here. And it's not that bad latency. Like, look at that. You can kind of see it on the camera. It is a few frames off, especially when you're watching a direct feed, but it's not that bad. It's like maybe a quarter second at most. But I'm killing this because I'm not doing this for a live stream. What is the point? Like, what is the point of doing this when I have a giant monitor in front of me? That was just for demonstration purposes only. The clamp comes off. This thing is like a $20 investment. Really worth it if you play a lot of PC games, because this is why I don't have a Steam Deck, because if I'm playing a game, I'm playing at home, and I can just stream that on my local network. Oh, there's the volume, it's back. I can just stream that on my local network, so I'm playing on my phone with a controller in my hand. It's essentially the same as playing on the computer. I'm not going to play a super twitchy-based game that needs, like, very fast response times. Like, no, that's a bad idea, no. But I will play a game like this on a device like that. It's fine. It works really well for that purpose. But in a sense, yeah, I guess you could say it's like a mini Switch. Like, the phone screen's about, what's that, 5.5 inches, maybe 6? That's like a good enough size for this. I was gonna say, please go away, enemy. It's far enough away it should despawn at this point, even for a higher pop-in value. Also, during the break, I forgot to mention that I did bump it back up to 3 times instead of 2 times pop-in, so we have more draw distance again.
Again. Do not interfere with my work.
I don't even know what work I'm interfering with. Look, just take a second to tell me who you are, what's going on, and why you look like you want to smite me on the spot.
That is irrelevant. Knowing, not knowing. It will change nothing. There is nothing you can do.
Watch me. I'll do everything. And I mean everything. No, I'm not. That's probably gonna take too long. But I could. I did in the past. I can do it again. No, shark, no! Go away! We fought you once. That's it. We're never fighting you again. You're a waste of time. It's like 3 minutes to do the first punch. No, thank you. I'm gonna fast travel at this point. The shark jump scare. You're not wrong. Actually, there is a mod that does change it. Ah, now you make me want to download it just to show this off. What is it called? I'm trying to remember what this thing's called, but now you make me actually want this. I found it. I will have to reset for this, but I think it'll be worth it. Also, we can use this time to change our final costume. Because at this point, we've shown off all the costumes except one. So I think it'll be worth it. No, stop setting points. I don't want to set a marker. I'm going to save my game. And I'm going to quit my game. Refresh the list. It should be, what's it called? Okay, I see it. This one. Final costume. Good time for it. Didn't even know shark was a thing until I saw other people's videos. I'm surprised you never ran into a shark on your own time then. It's like one of the first things I ran into on this island because it just... Sharks are everywhere. Okay, yeah, this is the last one. This is my favorite costume. The Sonic Adventure 2 shoes, you could have only got this within like the first, what was it, 3 months of the game being released. And it ran until like the beginning of February. If you sign up for the Sonic the Hedgehog newsletter, This was a free DLC code they gave out, but it was only for that time period, so these no longer exist. Kind of sad. If you want this, get in the game early. Rip soap shoes to you. I mean, there's probably a mod for that for PC if you missed it. At least on PC you can probably get this. Alright, let me see. I actually want to find a shark now. It won't take long. Sharks are everywhere. Watch. See, here's a shark. Live shark reaction! Every boss now has that subtitle. I don't know why, but as soon as you said something about the jump scare in chat, guys, I immediately thought of that mod. It's useless. It just adds the words live X reaction to every boss. So, you know, replace X with that said boss of the island name, and then you get that. So yeah, live reaction time. They're everywhere. As soon as I saw that in chat, I was like, oh, yep. Oh, that meme mod. Anyways, welcome to the costume we'll use through the rest of the playthrough, because I love soap shoes. They're super simplistic for a costume, is literally just a shoe swap, and yet I use this for like 90% of my adventure. It's stupid. It's a simple thing. It's stupid, I know, but it's worth. I'm gonna set that marker, but ignore it for now and just do the main story thing. There's another mod that I do have. So remember when we did the Titan fight again? It's not our shark. Are you serious? Please don't hold me up, shark. I was like, please no. Please no. But remember that mod we show off when we had the fight Giganto again, so I could show off the Gangnam Style mod in action. There is a mod similar to that one I used where we changed out the Supersonic model with the Corone DLC, so you can actually use that. There is a mod that swaps out Supersonic for the Soap Shoes model. So we can use Soap Shoes in the Supersonic fights as well. This also, I remember this challenge. This is annoying. You can only have so many Coco before this becomes impossible. I think that's all I can carry right now before these walls become an impossibility. If you have too many of these things, the walls just like instantly come down, if I remember correctly. You want to quit? Why? No. Also, you can't boost in this, but you can do the drop dash. I don't know why. You just can. I think the more of these you get, the more speed you also can unlock too. There's also invisible walls here. You get hit, you drop them all, and they just disappear. I gotta be careful now. I've got one more hit left. I did also forget you can homing attack these. Alright, that's enough. I'll get 6 more on a different run. Thankfully, this is not a problem for time. Like, you have an infinite supply of time here, so I can just be patient. Alright, that's it. Gotta be careful now. It says I run head first into a wall. Oh, that's a nice failure. It's a little problematic because sometimes that little angle of yours can just be a problem. I barely nudged up right, and that counted as more right. Oh, come on. How did that clip me? If I remember correctly, I think 6 is like the most I ever want to carry. Because anything past that, it just becomes really hard to make it through that wall section at the end. Oh, nice timing. Oh, why'd I do that? Oh, that's, yep, It's fine. This is fine. Focus on Knuckles. Think he's gonna be playable in this section. Yeah. Sadly, Sonic is the only playable character, but that's at this point in time. One of the things on the roadmap for the DLC for this game is new playable characters, and they're all the characters we've seen in this game so far. So it's Sonic, Amy, Knuckles, and Tails will be playable in the future. So they'll be adding in a playable version of Amy, Knuckles, and Tails. I think that's supposed to be the last wave of the DLC, because Wave 1, I think it's more of like a minor one. I can't remember what each wave is. I just know Wave 3 has like the most stuff. We're gonna have the extra playable characters, and they even have like a stage story thing. And I think, was it Wave 2 that's like Sonic's birthday, or Wave 1, one of the two? And one of them also has Coco. So it's like some are way more impactful than others. It's kind of like this current Splatoon 3 wave of DLC, where Wave 1 is kind of minor, Wave 2 is major. It's kind of the same thing with Frontiers right now. There we go. Saved all the Coco. Now give me the Chaos Emerald. Yeah, Ethan, you're pretty much correct on that. It is like Xenoblade, Splatoon, Fire Emblem right now with their expansion passes, but it's all free DLC, so it'll just be an update.
Yeah, you make a great supervisor, Nux. Maybe try fighting next time, though.
Okay, that's the image. So click that link from Kira, and that's the roadmap. So I'm looking at now.
He is aware of what the Coco are, isn't he?
Wave 1 is a
Why
jukebox
does he
photo
try to
mode
help them when
and
their
challenge
fate is
mode.
already decided?
Challenge mode is the most impactful one. We don't know what that means, but one of the images shows a supersonic, so it could be newer cyberspace level challenges and also like a boss rush, presumably. Wave 2 is Sonic's birthday, whatever that means. Open zone challenge, so I guess they're gonna add like speedruns to the open zone concept. And then new Coco, so I guess they're gonna have some newer Coco missions so you can collect more of these a little bit easier. Yeah, we don't know exactly what new Coco means. Wave 2 is a little vague with 2 of the 3 things, so we don't know exactly what that could entail. And then update 3, Wave 3 of it is like the most impactful, because that's where you get all the playable character in a stage story mode. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most, just because that's going to be a real big deal. Having extra playable characters again in a Sonic game after how many years of asking? Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Because when was the last time, minus spin-offs like the racing games, when was the last time we got to play as anyone that wasn't Sonic in a Sonic game? Because honestly, the last one I'm thinking of is Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 for the main line. That's terrible. That kind of killed off the Sonic and Friends thing. Oh, sorry. Live sumo reaction incoming. I think in terms of the handhelds, it was Sonic Rush Adventure. Because I think we played as Blaze in that game. And that was like one of the last times being a thing there. Yeah, Sonic Mania, I guess. Yeah, I didn't even think of that at first, just because how different of a game that is. Because honestly, like, that wasn't even Sega, that was the fans. That's why I didn't even think of that. Because Sega themselves haven't really made a Sonic game where you can just play as anything but Sonic in so long. But the fans have. And the fans are the ones that made Sonic Mania. So maybe that's why I was so confused. You know, it doesn't matter. I have to just get out of this. I can't hit him in that state. Sumo's a weird fight. Like, it's really fun, but it's also really weird to angle this correctly to hit him into the electric fence area. I always have a hard time fighting Sumo. But then you get trick shots like that, and it's like, ha, GG's easy. Nice combo. I love how I said have a hard time fighting him, and I do that. It's like, not proving my point. It's the exact opposite. And I'm not counting, like, going back in the conversation, but I'm not counting Sonic Origins, the last like time you can play as other characters, only because that's a re-release of a bunch of Sonic games from the 90s with extra playable characters. So that's kind of like a different scenario. But I think Sonic Mania is like the last like official release is probably it. But if you don't count that because fans were the ones that made the game specifically, then it could have been like late 2000s era. Like it's been a while since we've seen anyone but Sonic in a playable state in the mainline games in so long. So to finally have that again, it's like a breath of fresh air for the series. It's kind of needed that for the longest time, to be honest. Because as much fun as Sonic's kind of gameplay style has been in a lot of games, they need to diversify it. Having extra playstyles in games, it doesn't hurt. It actually can add to the experience, but ever since Sonic 06 and the complaints that game got with the multiple playstyles, Sega's just kind of steered clear of it because they're just kind of afraid that they might do something a little too extreme and then fans will hate it. So for years they've just steered away because of like one bad apple. Although to be fair, it was more than just one bad apple. I think people were complaining about it, also like Sonic Heroes and even like the adventure games to some degree, which is why like Sonic Adventure 2, they took away some of the gameplay styles. They fine-tuned it down to the ones people really liked, which was just the three: the speed, treasure hunting, and the shooting style levels. But they kind of just stopped doing that kind of stuff over time, which was kind of sad. Yes, could count Sonic Force because the OC isn't Sonic. You're not wrong, but man, that's a stretch. It plays just like Sonic, just it's not Sonic. It's a weird one. I guess that's a half point. But in some ways, you're not wrong, Ethan. I'm looking at your comment now, too. Like, you can consider Sonic Mania almost like an indie game in some way, because it wasn't, like, mainline Sonic team. It was, like, the fan base, like, between Christian Whitehead's studio and then, what was it, like, Headcanon, I think was the other one's name. Like, it was, like, a group of fans that came together to actually make their own game studios all the time, because of how they got greenlit by Sega to make these kind of games. And then they almost destroyed that partnership with Sonic Origins. I might have actually fully destroyed it because of the pressure the devs were under in that game, which kind of sucked. Anyways, that's our final ability. We have all the moves now. I love how I jumped over that. No, I'm supposed to get hit. When you get hit, now you can press the A button to do a recovery move. That's the final move. The last skill we have to unlock is not a move, it's auto combat, a setting in the options menu that is lost behind a skill tree option. I don't know why, it just is. We will be getting it, but we won't be using auto combat. I think I'll use it for like a battle to show how it works, and that's it. Because it actually weakens Sonic. He does less damage using auto combat, so I guess if I wanted a hard mode, turn that on, but you do combos more frequently because it just does it for you. So combos are way easier to pull off. So just for the sake of the playthrough, we're just gonna leave it off. Again, I may just show it, and that's it. I like how some things you have a homing reticle on, then others like, no, work for it. Like that's normally a thing I can just homing attack to. Also love the springs from Sonic Adventure 2 making a comeback here with the propellers on them. That's a thing from like Skyrail, which that is a level design that's in this game. I think we see it on this island somewhere. I don't remember which level it is in cyberspace, but it's gotta be one of the ones coming up soon. Oh, I was hoping to get that just by falling. Unfortunately, no. Man, what should I do to get this set of ring block things? It's like this pillow was made for me, says Sonic Boom Sonic. I swear, I have a lot of like random quotes of Sonic Boom Sonic in the back of my head, and I don't know why, because I've only played the game once. But I have so many of those quotes in my head, probably because of how many times the character said things in the games. Like, it's like these roads were built for me. Bounce pad. Man, I just gave the quote there. It's just a pillar. And then my favorite one is just rings, nom 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 nom, because it's the most out of place comment in any game. The character literally just makes eating noises. It's my favorite comment in the game. I wish I could find a clean rip of it without sound effects. I really do. I can't, and I really would love to have a clean rip of that. I have a clean rip of almost every other line he says from the game, but I don't have a clean rip of Sonic saying rings nom 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 without sound effects. It's the only one. That's the one I want the most. Recently bought Shattered Crystal. I still need to play those ones. Like, I have the 3DS games. I just have not played a single one of them. The only Boom one I played is the Wii U one, and that's probably a mistake with the quality of that one. I want to play those 3DS games. I think it's just more or less I just never really had the time to get around to them. And that's kind of why I just haven't played any of them yet. Kind of like the majority of the games in my backlog, I just haven't had the chance to play it because time. So many games are a time commitment, even the ones that take like 4 hours. You know, all my gaming time's been into Splatoon 3, so I guess that's why I don't play games, because I don't do anything but play the stupid Squid Game. Nothing but Squid Game. Fun Squid Game, though. That's how I finally got my X. I put the time in. I'm a part of the 1%, baby. Yeah, I've heard the same, Ethan. Like, the 3DS games are pretty alright. Like, they're nothing too special, but they're not bad games. They're fine. And I've heard that Shattered Crystal kind of plays almost like a Metroidvania in some regards. But its sequel, Fire and Ice, I heard was considered a little bit better, because that team did get greenlit to make a sequel to it. So obviously, they just took what worked from the first game and then just expanded upon it. So that was a good thing. For whatever reason, the sequel came with like a DVD of a handful of episodes from the show. I don't know why. It's like, alright, that's a nice extra bonus, but why? Like, I don't know how many kids are actually going to have a DVD player in the age of 2017. Even at that age, disc drive things were starting to become less and less common. So it was like a weird bonus to give through a handheld game console game. It was neat, though. It's just, how many people actually use that disc? I have it on a shelf back there. You can probably see it under my head somewhere in that mix of boxes. I have the box for Fire and Ice with the DVD. I just never watched stuff on the DVD because I've seen the whole show. So that's probably why. And if I rewatch it, I watch each episode as it was released chronologically, so I'm not gonna watch a DVD that gets you, say, like episode 4, then episode 12, and episode 16. Like, weird ordering. The commercial Fire and Ice was dumb. Yeah, like, what do you get when you mix Fire and Ice? What do you think? Welcome Mystery Dungeon's the same thing, but yeah, it's in a period where DVD machines at least existed, but yeah, a little bit hard to get a hold of. A majority of the people back then, if they had a DVD player, honestly, it's probably because they had a PlayStation 2. But let's not kid ourselves. A majority of DVD player owners were because of the PlayStation 2. That's how it became mainstream. Which is funny, because the PlayStation 3 kind of did the same for Blu-rays. So Sony essentially kept on reinventing the media wheel just by releasing relatively affordable thing to play that said media back on. I have to say relatively affordable because $5.99. Yeah, no, that's not affordable at all. That's a very expensive PlayStation 3. And they were still selling them at a loss. Also, can I just ask, what's the point in that section? Like, what is the point in that section? This is Skyrail. We talked about it before. This is the level from Sonic Adventure 2. This was one of the shadow levels. So here it is making its debut in this game. What is the point in that section you go to? In normal Sonic Adventure 2, that's where you use Mystic Melody to find your hidden shell for Mission 3. But in this game, they don't put a red ring there. So what is the point in going over there? It's like such a missed opportunity. They should have put a red ring over there. I don't know why they didn't. 2004, 2005. Okay, so around that time, people were starting to adopt DVD players more, but they still were a little expensive, so you're not wrong there, Ethan. So I remember I did get a DVD player, I think it was a few years after that, probably around like 2006, 2007. I think that's when they were more relatively affordable, so a lot more people were starting to get a DVD player in their home. Have to keep it faithful. Oh, no, I don't have a problem with them having the section, but there's nothing there. And that's the problem. There's something there in Sonic Adventure 2, but there's nothing in this game. So that's a missed opportunity. They should have put a red ring there. Sega, hear me out. If you update the game, move a red ring in the secret section, because it's a secret for a reason. Now, normally I don't replay levels, but this one I want to. We already got all the stuff here, but this one's so fun to replay. I say as I miss every target. This one's so fun to replay because of homing cancels. I just want to show how crazy this level can get. So just like the original game, you can skip sections. So I could just immediately go into another section without having to play any of the other portion. I could just go straight to where I need to be. So that's very faithful. There are death planes in areas that can be a little deceiving, kind of like the original version of Skyrail, but you can kind of avoid a lot of this if you know where you're going. Luckily, I was able to fix up that mistake of a jump. So that's good. And I do kind of want to mention something about this ending portion. Every time I do a stomp here, my direction gets reversed. I don't know why. It's like a weird quirk in the area. I'm just playing it safe at this point. I could have done another homing cancel to just fly my way to the end, but I don't trust myself right now. That's a good 120. I'll take that time. If I'm actually speedrunning it, I'd be pretty proud of that. You can get probably a sub 1 here. I just don't want to chance it. I think I'm in the same boat as you, Ethan, on that timeline for a Blu-ray player. I mean, my first Blu-ray player was the PlayStation 3, so technically we had a Blu-ray player in this house starting in 2012. And oh, hi, Sonic! Is that playable Sonic like the last one? He's just gonna stare at me awkwardly like, hello, Sonic. Yeah, he's just staring awkward. I can't control that Sonic. Every time, man. Every time I see a random Sonic, I'm like, Higher Poppin' was a mistake, but also the best mod I installed for this series. Low-key, that short on YouTube blew the heck up. Like, that one has over 1,000 views, so thanks everyone who's seen that short. It's a funny moment. I'm glad people like funny moment, because it's a funny moment. Alright, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, Blu-ray player timeline. We had a one in the house starting with the PlayStation 3, so it's like 2012, but we didn't get an actual like dedicated Blu-ray player until around like probably 2015, 16. We bought one to use, but it's still in the box. Because by that time, we started to watch more and more of our movies on streaming services, so by the time we bought it, it was already kind of obsolete in some fashion. Because by the time we bought it, you didn't need it. Everything's on like Netflix or Hulu or whatever service you have in mind. It is mine. there. That's stealing. So you're gonna make me drown for this. That's actually the evil play. Throw me in water, then I drown. Just idea for Frontiers mod. Levels rip or trimmed down from a different game. Just port that version. Yeah, I think that's already been done in some fashion for cyberspace levels. I think some people have already ported over other levels from other games, whether it be from the games that are already referenced in here, like the Boost era games or Sonic Adventure 2, and maybe even some Sonic Adventure 1 levels. I don't think there's any Sonic Adventure 1 levels in this, but they do bring back Speed Highway. The only thing is, I think that version of Speed Highway is the one from Sonic Generations. So while it's here, it's not from the original game it's based off of. It's like the recreation of it for a different game. If I remember correctly, at least. The reason why I know a lot of this is there's actually a mod for the game that replaces all the cyberspace music with music from those said games those levels are from. So thankfully that mod kind of like pieced it together for me. It's like, oh, it's from this game because I can hear this song now that's original from this game. Kind of pieced it together because of the soundtrack stuff. Although the mod's a little weird though, because like the Sonic Adventure 2 levels I really noticed this with. When you boost, there's a filter over your music. But the filter for the boost doesn't work correctly for the Sonic Adventure 2 songs, so you'll hear an awkward cutout every time you use your boost because those songs are never mixed in a way that was supposed to support the boost filter for audio, so it definitely stands out when you boost. It sounds a little weirder. But outside of that specific instance, the rest of it, yeah, it sounds just like how it does in the original games, because the rest of the levels are from boost games. Minus like those handful of original levels. Okay, that's like a sharp lighting change. It's like, now it's night, now it's day. What happened with my lighting? Why did it just randomly become day again? That was a fast turn. We didn't even get to see the sunrise. It just shot up like a slingshot. Very loose Blu-ray and also PS4. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. I have the same stuff. The last Blu-ray movie I watched, I think, was when I had no internet. Back in, like, 2017? That was, like, last time I remember really watching a Blu-ray. We might have watched, like, 1 year later on something. Actually, no. I think the last one I seen on a Blu-ray, I think, was Deadpool 2? I think we rented that at the time from a Redbox, and I rented the Blu-ray version so we could watch it in HD. So, you know, it's only a few cents more. Good for the eyes. I hate watching standard depth stuff nowadays. It kind of hurts my eyes. So I hooked up the PS4 out in the living room. We watched that. I think that was like 2018, 2019, the latest. It's been a very long time since I last watched a movie on a disc, because there's really not a reason to anymore. Most of the movies you want to ever see on some digital service.
Besides the cocoa, these islands seem deserted, don't they?
Yeah. I've seen a lot of the Ancients' buildings on both islands, but nobody's home.
Given their state of decay and how much nature has reclaimed them, I'd say they've been gone for a long time. Longer than any civilization we know of. I'd like to think that they simply moved on and settled somewhere else. Not that they're gone. Some of the active technology seems built for storing and protecting the Chaos Emeralds. Comparing that to what's on Angel Island, I feel like I was drawn here for a reason.
Yeah. Echoes kind of has a point. We learn that more and more over time with the story, but technically the stuff here set up with the Chaos Emeralds, it definitely looks more designed like a thing from the Ancients, which is why Knuckles was drawn here. He kind of had the same thing happen to him, where something guided him to the cyberspace stuff. Also, let's show auto combat real quick. I'm going to turn it on. I do believe you do less damage with this, though. So there is a downside to using this. I think it even tells you. Yeah, right here. Battle skills can be unlocked, will be automatically activated during the combos, but however, damage dealt will be reduced. So, you do less damage. I can't remember how much less you really do. I don't know if the game really tells you, like, how much of a decrease it is. It could be like a 10% decrease. So, we'll show how that works. Is there anything to fight? I would like to fight a boss. I think it'll be a good thing to really fight. There should be something, I think, down here somewhere. Anything but shark. Yeah, that'll work. Next life. That'll work next life. Knuckles remembers Angel Island, you know, the place he lives. I would hope he remembers that. Live tank reaction! I love that part, man. This is such a stupid mod. It just adds the worst live reaction. You wouldn't think we'd get that much of a chuckle out of you, but here we are. So needless to say, auto combo is not going to work right now in the air. Okay, that's our first legitimate death from combos, or a fight. Because I did die in other ways, like drowning myself or falling down pits, but that's the first actual combat death we've had. I'm not surprised it's from tank, because fighting this guy in the air is a little clunky. Like, anytime he's spinning like this, you don't want to homing attacks. You're guaranteed to get hit. Anytime he stops, that's when you want to hit him. Problem is, that you'll hit him when... Okay, really? You'll hit him when he's in a stop state, but then he'll start to spin back up. You're locked into your homing attack, so you're just kind of stuck. You have to take the damage at that point. Okay, right here is gonna spin, so I'm just gonna hold off. How did he still get hit? That's dumb. Give me a ring. Okay, good, I got the ring. Sadly, I didn't hold on to it. I'm gonna have to do like a loop or something. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna have to do a loop or something when I land because I have no rings, and then four just happen to fly into my body. Okay, my homing attack randomly stopped because I guess I got bored. Why did it stop? I don't understand, man. Alright, live tank reaction again. I was really hoping if I could get a hit in, activate the auto cyclone ability. No, I didn't get it. Alright, just be more careful here. I want to see something. I'm doing 2 damage there. Apply this. Still doing 2, so it's only based on the combos where that does a damage reduction. It's not on basic attacks. We're releasing turns power tank. It's like, really? Didn't hold that close to the dang thing. Yeah, here we are. Again, this guy's really awkward to play in the air. I don't like the aerial combat part. It's a cool idea, but man, after a while you get tired of it. It's a little janky. I think it's fun the first time you do it, but on repeat once, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna fight the tank again. I'm just gonna avoid the tank. There we go. So see, I'm just doing this on my own by just mashing the X button now. Except I'm gonna do this because I want this guy to be stunned. So watch, I'm just gonna do this, and nothing but X. I'm not even holding it to activate the whole combo. I just mashed. This is all it takes. This is the game now. Still doing whatever. Although he's not activating a combo anymore for whatever reason. I don't know why. Probably because of this. Tank really wanted to go in the air, so I guess the combos just got canceled. Oh, that's just cheap. I couldn't even see where am I? There I am. I was like, oh, that's a cheap shot. I couldn't even see Sonic. That's mean. Okay. Well, you guys get the point of the auto combo at this point, but now I'm determined to fight this guy and actually win. And I'm doing it with the handicap. I think I still need some of these portal gears anyway, so I kind of need to fight this guy. Shoot. Why did my homing attack stop? I don't understand why that happens sometimes fighting tank. Again, this is a cool thing when you first fight tank, and then you realize, oh yeah, the aerial combat thing's a little janky. So it doesn't always work as you plan. That's why I fight this guy like once normally in the area, and then kind of ignore him. If I need portal gears from enemies, I normally fight. The sumo's not that bad. Oh, come on. See, again, the homing attack just randomly stopped. The sumo isn't that bad. I don't know what the thing is called, but like the tower base rail grinding enemy, like I will fight that. That guy's not bad. The tank is kind of like a one and done one for me. I just don't like this part of it. If it wasn't so common to do the aerial combat part, I wouldn't really worry about this all too much, but yeah, it happens a lot. Also, when you're up here, there's no way to get rings anymore, so whatever rings were flying out of your body, that's your only source of rings. Dude, this is like I said, I hate this stupid thing after a while. I'm determined to fight it to win anymore, because I need the stupid gear. But man, I think I only need one more anyway, so after this fight, I won't have to fight one of these anymore. Or any of these guys anymore in this island. I think it's only one gear per cyberspace level, and based on what we have left, I should only need maybe 4 at most. Or it's probably 3. I probably don't need this. Now I'm just doing it because of hubris. Unfortunately, this is not building up my Psyloop meter, so I can't just do another Psyloop in the fight. I have to only use the one I have, so I gotta use it wisely. Which kind of sucks. I would like to be able to loop this guy multiple times, so I don't have to do this fight multiple times in the air. Okay. Yep. This is a fight. Why wasn't I hitting it? I was locked on and Sonic didn't land a single punch. Oh, that was a cheap shot because, again, I can't see. Where am I? I'm just somewhere in the void. I don't know where. It's just in the void. Ah, man. Seriously, tank is one of the worst ones in this island. It's all for wrong reasons. Sharp's just annoying because it takes a million years to do the QTE. At least it doesn't blindside you. That guy's just a nuisance because of time-related crap. I might have to go in the air for a 3rd time. I really hope I don't. Okay, no, I can do this. So again, as a reminder, with auto combo, this is all you do in fights. You literally just mash the button. And that's the entirety of your combat. On my first playthrough, no joke, I did unlock the auto combat fast, so I can use it for my playthrough, just because when you're first playing a game, it's kind of just easier to play in this way, just so you can see the story, because you don't really fight enemies all that often. It wasn't that big of a nerf. Because I knew I was going to do this anyways. I knew I was going to do a stream series at some point where I did some challenge run that made the game harder. So I figured that would be the time to not play with auto combat. So my first playthrough, I used it just so I can get a move on. And plus, some of these combos are kind of weird with their button combinations. They work a little funky. I mean, my least favorite one, I think, just to activate, is the one where you press the sidestep button leading into the attack button. Sometimes it just doesn't work correctly if you press the buttons too fast. So that's the only time we're using auto combat. I wanted to just show it off at least once, but never again. It makes the game a lot easier. Plus, in our sense, it kind of makes it a little bit harder too. That actually does make any sense. a weird, confusing thing. It makes the game easy. Also makes the game hard. Hear me out. It makes the game easy when it comes to pulling off the combo, so it makes it harder when it comes to your overall damage value. We don't know how much it nerfs, like catching back up on chat a bit, according to what you're saying here. There's no apparently like record of how much damage that nerfs by turning it on, but it's enough where it could be a handicap technically. I'm not gonna use it, especially when we get to the strength puzzles. I'm gonna need as much strength as I can get since I'm not gonna be upgrading, so much power as I can have attacking things, I'm gonna need it. Okay, I'm not supposed to be up here, but you know what? Rocket. Oh no. Well, this is fine. If I fall in the water, I did hit a checkpoint going through that section, so I'll just respawn at that. Yeah, it's near the end anyways. We had to actually do that, by the way. That wasn't some optional section for once that you had to go through just for some memory token. No, it's required to get to a Chaos Emerald. We needed to do that to get to the Silver Emerald. Perf. And we can unlock it now, so let's grab it. How many emeralds is that? 4. So we need 2 more when it comes to the actual, like, island progression. Because just like with the first island, our final emerald is on the Titan's back. So we can't get that one until we're ready to fight the Titan. Which obviously we're not doing tonight. No, we still have so much more of this island to progress through. I don't even know when we're going to get to that. It's going to be sometime next week. I can definitely say that much. When exactly, who knows? It could be like an hour or 2 in, or it could be the entire stream's length. Because there's just that much to do on these islands. I still need to get the entire map unlocked. Because I'm honestly surprised we were able to make it through the entirety of the first island in a 4-hour stretch. And also, in some ways, I'm not, because of how small it is. This island is like, I'd say about double the length of the first island. So if that one takes 4, this one could take about 8. So 8 hours in this one. Also, I think you're right on that one, Carrie. You could probably get that Chaos Emerald from Physics Abuse. I mean, this is probably Hal right here. So, I can literally show you how, because I think I did that on my first playthrough. Do this puzzle here, the M38 one, so you can get this rail. Grind it, and do a rail launch. So you boost, and then jump. And from here, get on this rail, do the same thing. Don't hit the spring, that's the key part of this. So I can do it one more time. It's very easy to do this, so I don't have to worry. So rail launch, land here, rail launch. And then you actually, if you hit the right spot, you go in the diving section, which is weird to do, like mid-jump. But yeah, no, you can get up here without doing that whole section. You can bypass the entire thing if you know how the physics work in this game to abuse them. Because I think I did that in my first playthrough, just by accident. Like, oh, I guess I'm here now. I thought I collected this key. All right, that's sure. How many more emeralds do we need that are on the map? That's what I'm trying to figure out. We got... Okay, there's one more. We got the blue one, the red one, and the silver one. Because we got a Chaos Emerald from helping Knuckles, the green one. There'll be another one we get from him later. So there's one more left, and I think it's up here. You can probably get that before the stream's over tonight, I would think. I'm trying to think, how do I get over there right now, though? It's another one of those platforming things. I know that much. So if I remember correctly, there should be a Coco over here that we can warp to, so... Once we fill out the map in this section, we should just be able to fast travel to it. Why? Okay, sometimes that can just happen if you're going too fast on a rail. That's why I sometimes tap the boost button when I'm on a rail, because otherwise you just fly off of it. It's too much. And I don't understand the point of this. You can grind these rails to get back and forth between the two islands pretty easily here. Or you can activate this switch for a moving platform that takes, like, longer than just to do this. Well, yeah, I know it's a little glitchy, so maybe that's the point. Okay, point taken. Thanks, game. Like, I don't see much of a reason for that platform, to be honest. Just because you can just take the rail that you use to get over here. It's a two-way rail. It's not one-way. Yeah, I was right. There's a Coco here. I just gotta find the little puzzle to do around the area, which will unlock the map. Also, I don't have to worry about any more of these skill points, because you see that skill tree? All we have left to unlock is this thing over here. This last skill we get from story progression, so the rest of it, we don't have to worry about. Also, hi, Sumo. I'm just gonna, no. Oh. I love how every time I get close, you just hear like the first 5 notes of that song start. Every time. That's not gonna get old. No, I already screwed up. Wait a minute. This one's a more complex one, which is how it's structured. I gotta go from the right first. Yeah, there you go. Hard puzzle? No. Overthought? Yes. When the switchy shop eventually shuts down, it'd be a nightmare to look for the Diamond of the Rough games. Yeah, that's kind of the nature of like every single shop, to be fair. But the switchy shop's kind of a mess as it currently is when it comes to digital games, so just trying to find, you know, the ones that are worth it physically, or just, they're already kind of expensive brand new. I hate to see when they're gonna be discontinued as used prices. Because I know like the most common one people talked about for a while on that front for Switch was when the physical printing of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 stopped, since they didn't run that for terribly long, and that game went for absurd prices used just because of how hard it was to find. So I'll be afraid of stuff like that. That's just the nature of Nintendo stuff, unfortunately. It just can be really expensive on the used market, and I'll be afraid of that too. It's finding any like a Diamond in the Rough style game, like rare games, or even just less known things, always hard to find when a shop shuts down. It's always. It sucks. Like, I know it's not a digital game, but somewhat related on this conversation. I didn't mean to do that combo, but here we are. Sometimes I just do this combo. Just from platforming. I might kill you then. Years ago, I kept on putting off buying an N64 game called Mystical Ninja starring Goemon, because it was kind of expensive. It was like 40, maybe 50 bucks used at the time. Like, that's kind of pricey for a game where it was kind of, I wouldn't say it was rare, but it definitely wasn't like uncommon. It was out there a decent amount of circulation, so I'm gonna wait for maybe the price to go down a bit. Yeah, that was a mistake, because usually that game now is like about $100 because of that market. The N64 market, like a lot of game markets now, just skyrocketed over the years in pricing. So trying to find anything on those systems now is hard, because people are going back to those libraries. Like GameCube, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, N64. It's just, they all skyrocketed because people are going back to it now, which really sucks. So trying to buy those games, it's not great. Even Wii games are like that now too. They're going up there in price. And they're going to go up even more when the eShop for the Wii U shuts down, since you won't be able to get those games that are on the eShop. So, those games that were kind of common prices on the Wii that you could have bought for 20 bucks on the eShop, are gonna go up a bit in price when they're a little bit harder to get. Like, I bought my copy of Sonic. Oh, sorry. No, I did I buy a Sonic game for cheap? I probably did. I just don't remember. I was thinking of Super Mario Galaxy, and Sonic came in mind because I'm seeing the blue blur in front of me. But I remember I bought my copy of Super Mario Galaxy 2, brand new, mind you, on the Wii for like $10. You're never doing that ever again. That game on the used market goes for a pretty hefty price. I think it's almost as much as a brand new game today. And that time, I think when I bought my copy was like 2017 or 2018, something like that. Because when I did that Let's Play on my YouTube channel, I played the digital copy, because that's the one I had. But then, like, in the middle of that, I did get a physical copy on the Wii, because I was practicing on the Wii, and then playing it on the Wii U so I could have different save files. And the reason why I did that is because I had a full set on the Wii U at the time, so I was like, I don't want to delete these, I'll play on the Wii. Plus, it gave me a reason to actually use my disc that I bought. Bought Xenosaga some years ago. Yeah, a game like that nowadays, I know is not cheap. $100 for a copy. Back then, sounded expensive, but then you look at the pricing now, it's like, that's a steal. I would buy that in a heartbeat because of how bad it's now. Also, $129.94. That's cutting it at the wire. Oh yeah, let me do this. What kind of combo makes you double jump at the end of it? The answer's none. That's one of the more random ones they ask you to do because it has not much substance behind it, sort of like a usability. But it's like, all right, that's a skill, sure. Okay, I don't know how I missed it, then boosted. I think you barely nudged the trigger, I guess. I unlock more of that area over on my left that I can see. Yeah, not really. Because that's where you need to go for this Chaos Emerald. Can I fast travel over here anywhere? The closest is here, which is not much of a distance away. Might as well just run that. Some ball puzzles confusing to figure out. Yeah, I think some of them more or less because of the angle. That's the problem I had sometimes, where I could have swore I jumped in the right way. They gave me the right angle for it, and then I was just under or something. So I can agree with that one, Kira. Sometimes they're a little hard to figure out. You need to go over here. So I guess I'll make my way over to the story thing. Why not? I'm trying to remember, what was the one I had? Oh, I know which one now. I know which puzzle I had the hardest time out of all the types in this one to figure out. We're not going to see it until, I think, the next island. But it's the one where you essentially play Tetris. You have to line up the blocks in a certain way with your side loop. That, I think, is the one I had the hardest time, because I always just lined it up incorrectly at first. So it was just a thing I always had to redo the progress on. Because they're not terribly hard puzzles, it's just the nature of doing it. It can be a little much. So sometimes you could just make a mistake very easily. And I did that all the time. And we'll see those puzzles again coming up in Island 3. Oh, we recognize this. It's flashback time. Go back to the age of the ancients, where Knuckles has his body back.
Experienced this before. We're somehow seeing a battle from the past.
Those defenses are impressive. Maybe I should get some notes for my island.
Imagine him having cannons all over the place like this. Like an Eggman base for his Master Emerald. Maybe then it won't be stolen every day. Unfortunately, it's not enough for the force they dealt with back in the day. Now we know why there's a giant hole in the wall here. Oh, Knuckles was very excited. I was like, death! Yay! I was like, Knuckles, calm down. It's not a good thing.
I guess the defenses didn't hold after all.
Now he has a somber mood. Like, I don't know what that reaction was in the beginning with the big smile, because it's definitely not a good moment. It's tragedy. It's war. Remember, Knuckles. Remember your quote. War. War is never fun. Or something like that from Forces.
Then the robot hit him again.
I look forward to your battle reports once we're home.
Oh, now I remember. It's like that. That's why they call it war when you're referencing
I'll
like it's not
integrate you into
fun
my
at all
system.
or something like
Give you
that.
control of the whole EggNet. I'll have you network all my robots. You'll be a refreshing change of pace from Orbot and Cubot.
They are your creations, like me. That would make them like my brothers.
I suppose so.
I look forward to that.
Oh, sorry, we interrupt your Eggman cutscene. With
I
an
can
Eggman
confirm
cutscene.
Sonic has made multiple breaches
I've done
into
enough in the story now to
cyberspace
trigger
and
multiple of
escaped.
these at once.
Through raw talent and no shortage of tenacity, I'm sure. Impressive.
You speak of him with respect as often as you curse him. I do not understand.
Oh, I hate that hedgehog. That doesn't change the fact that he is a formidable adversary. I respect him, but I don't have to like him.
Your genius, his skill. If only you two could work together.
I mean, she's right, you know. Unstoppable force. That's why we have Tails instead. Because at least that's a genius that we can work with. So yeah, you do enough stuff with like the game's overall like completion's sake and the story. It's mainly story. Then you'll just see a lot of those cutscenes kind of trigger back to back. It just happens. Sometimes it'd be a little bit of a pace breaker as it was right now. I think I'm just gonna beeline my way over to this next Emerald location because I want to get it. I think after we get this Emerald, that'll be a good stopping point for the set stream, so that's why I want to do it. This is a big platforming section. Just gonna see if there's anything over here I can do puzzle-wise before we do it, just so we can get this marked on our map. I think there's a thing over here that we can do. Yeah, here it is. What? Why? Who did this, by the way? Who put a spring next to a spring that sends you the opposite direction? What's the genius? Come on. One of those spring traps from the classic games. It does nothing but waste your time. One of those moments. No lie, when I first played, I thought that was gonna crush me. At least it didn't crush me. There you go. I'm not even on the Switch, really. I'm like, maybe a pixel at most on it. I don't think this should count, but here we are. Alright, there you go. That's why I wanted to do this, because there is a Coco I can warp to here, so that's good for fast travel. Is this the cannon that Sonic makes a quote with? I can't remember if it's this one or a later section. It might be one of the cannons I find later on in this area, but there's a quote he makes to one of these. Kind of like some of the other things he interacts with in the story. I just don't know if it's that one. It's a different cannon. Alright, let me warp back over to that Coco so we can actually do this other Chaos Emerald section. Those classic spring traps where Eggman's secretly open Sonic too embarrassed to ruin his plan. Fell for a harmless trap. Maybe? That would be a good canon, like, story reason for why those traps are everywhere. It's just to make Sonic feel bad, so he just quits. Okay, because I'm over here now. That's, it's not what I wanted. And I solved the platforming puzzle. Not how you were supposed to get up here, but that is a way you can get up here. Alright, let's go ahead and do this section here. This will get us to our next and final Chaos Emerald that's just sitting on the map. And we have more than enough keys so we can get this. Sections like that really make me miss drift. Like, you can drift in this game. It's in here just for one level. And when you play that level, you're gonna be like, I really wish I didn't add drift to this video game. Because honestly, the drift mechanic in this game is the worst in the series. It is so horribly bad. It just does not control well at all in this game. I don't know what the heck they did to it. It got so horrible. Like, you'd think the drift in, like, Sonic Colors was bad because of the limitation having to be played with, like, D-pad on the Wii remote. But you kind of forgave it for that. Then you play this one, like, alright, there's no excuse. They had a full joystick in every system. It just controlled bad. That's why they only do it once.
No. I think they're meant to protect them. Even harness their power. You've experienced yourself the limitless power of the Chaos Emeralds. Even if they didn't have them all, a couple would have provided more than enough energy to live comfortably.
Enough to power the ruins, cyberspace. I wonder, if the ancients somehow lost their access to the emeralds, would that have caused them to disappear?
I mean, that is a good point. That could be a theory as to why the ancients are no more. Could be something to do with the emeralds. As we learn more or less by watching a story, that's not really the thing. It's more because of something else that the ancients were dealing with, as we're seeing with some of these flashbacks. They were dealing with some kind of a war, and that war wiped them out. What they're fighting, we still don't know. But that's the thing in question that got rid of all the ancients. Although the Chaos Emeralds helped them fight. Like, that was their source of energy. Also, we just get dropped off here. Okay, what? I'm sorry, was auto combo on? Because all I did was hold down a button and then just Sonic went crazy. What the heck? I've never seen that before. Alright, that was a thing that happened. Sure. When I first played, I thought this is how you would get to the emeralds. Like, there's some puzzle you solve and you go straight up. With like some kind of a spring or something. This is just drop-off point, and it's like, ah, man, it kind of sucks if you fall down without the emerald. I have done that. It sucks. Really bad. think at this point, I want to set us up next to Knuckles here. Because I think this would be a good stopping point, is right in front of a story thing. The next time we start, oh, I know what this is too. Okay. So next time we start, we have another quest to do here. That's what this section is. I remember this. So we can start doing this said thing. You can see the Coco. That kind of gives it away. Told the aliens some Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, they're referenced. I mentioned the black arms, so I guess not that far off when you think of that, but I don't think of the aliens. Although I was kind of maybe thinking at one point, maybe it was them? Did Black Doom actually chase down the ancients from a different planet? Also, is Black Doom a thing again? Like, are we gonna mention him, or are we just gonna have that one passing mention of the black aliens from the game in a memo, and then that's it? Like, you really do think, although, unfortunately, the enemy is exactly who you think it is after you start the game. You kind of piece it together already, because it's a standard trope, I think. But yeah, now this was a lot of fun. We got a good amount of progress through this island. I mean, we explored a majority of Ares. I won't say all of it, but we did a majority of the stuff here. We got 5 of the 6 emeralds. We're literally going to get 1 here. I think... Actually, is this our last island puzzle? There might be an island puzzle thing over here. I almost want to see something. You know what? Hang on. I'll end it next to Knuckles. I'm just curious really fast. Warp to this out, Coco. This will be like a quick diversion as I'm getting ready to wrap up anyways. Is this our final island thing? If it is, we'll just do it to get the warps. I might have one more. Oh, hang on. Live shark reaction? No, I thought he triggered shark. We almost did. Okay, not how you're supposed to get this little shortcut, but that's how we get the shortcut. 5D chess move. Definitely not intended, but that's what you can do in this game. It's kind of like a lot of open world games. You're supposed to do this thing in that way, but there is no correct way to really do anything in a game like this. You can just kind of explore your way around and get to the thing you're trying to get to in a janky way, because that's just the nature of an open world game. You can kind of just do whatever. Oh no. I set back to 3x. Okay, the game didn't like that. That's why we just saved. Okay. We maybe won't get to finish this if that's gonna happen. I didn't know that was gonna be triggered. I'm just curious about this one thing. The game's like, stop. Just stop. I didn't even get the save yet. That's why I want to reload, so I can at least save my game. It's kind of important. It might crash again. I gotta be careful. I gotta just immediately save. This is... Yeah, this is right after the warp, so at least I was saved on that front. So I didn't lose any progress. I just lost the shortcut we just made, which who the heck cares? We might crash again. If we do, I'll just set the pop-in lower or just turn it off. I might just turn it off so I can show you guys how the game normally looks without the pop-in thing on. Oh no, it did save that. Okay. Yeah, that's literally all we missed. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a quick save. And here comes the star shower to ruin our day. And there it goes. Alright, we'll just turn it off. It'll just be easier than me messing with it. Because again, I just want to see, because of curiosity's sake, I just want to see if we were just one challenge away from completing the map for fast travel, because that'll just make the rest of the island exploration for next stream a lot easier. So I should be closer to where I need to be anyways. I'm skipping a lot of platforming stuff by just taking the top route, but that's fine. So you're seeing why I'm using this higher object pop-in mod now. Things just appear. Like hardcore appear fast. That's the problem with this game. Hard-coded into the engine is the pop-in. Which is why it crashes when there's too much stuff on screen. I mean, the game still looks gorgeous without modifying the pop-in value, but it's just... it's distracting. No matter what version you're playing, it does this. And it's kind of sad because the game looks really good except for this one detail. And this one detail alone could kind of ruin the whole game in some fashion for people. It kind of sucks. That's why, thankfully, there is a mod to somewhat fix this issue. It's not a permanent fix, as we see with the crashes. And it also, you know, duplicates for Sonic, might screw up your audio, could crash the game. Like, there's a lot of issues with increasing the pop-in just because it's hard coding into the game engine, sadly. But you can at least mitigate it with this mod. It's only PC. I would love to see this maybe get an update that could fix this on a more proper level, because this kind of a janky way, it only gets you so far. Guys, I'm going to do the one more thing. I'm getting stuck in that open world one more thing trap. Because I'm literally just now doing more stuff because you can. And this always happens. I think we did this when we were streaming Breath of the Wild too. I was like, oh, I'm going to end. And then an hour later, we ended. It's still not over. There has to be something on this side of the map I'm missing then. We have the map. It's just something over here I didn't do. I also just left behind a thing, but I don't care. I just don't care because we're not using it. It's the one time I think I've ever done that in this game. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. Not on our sake. I'm just gonna look real quick just to get this one thing solved, and then we're actually so I guess I just extended a few more minutes. Yeah, bonus. How about that Pokemon Direct? I mean, I don't know what they're gonna show, but apparently it's supposed to be like a long thing, so we could be getting DLC for Scarlet Violet. We could be getting some spin-off games, stuff probably for Pokemon Go is probably guaranteed. There's a lot to talk about, so I'm not exactly sure. I'm definitely not waking up at 6 in the morning for that. Really, a little too early for that. But I'll probably catch like the clip notes of it after it's done. But yeah, 20 minutes tells me they're going to be doing a lot when it comes to these announcements. They're going to have a lot of stuff to talk about. Okay, here it is. This is probably our final thing for the map. Yeah, people keep assuming Scarlet Violet will get DLC. I'm thinking it probably will because Gen 8 got DLC. So that's why I'm like, probably. Because if Gen 8 got it, that's a mainline game. Gen 9 probably will get it too, because that just kind of seems to be their trend. It's not a guarantee. I think it's more just an assumption. I feel like they probably will, because they've been selling like hotcakes. Scarlet and Violet, I think it's the most successful game now in the series for mainline. It's up there. So it would make sense for them to do something with the game, whether it be like paid or even like free DLC in some fashion. I know they're still fixing up the game though. That's a big thing that's ongoing and will be for a while. Man, this pop-in's so distracting. Like every time I run somewhere, something pops up like 10 feet in front of me. Yeah, and this is why I use that mod. It just cleans it up so much. Alright, where the heck is this final thing? I'm trying to remember. Somewhere around here, and I do have a map technically I can refer to, so I don't have to just look at the in-game one. Alright, that's over at least. Now I get, look at that! The second the star shower's over, I can see my objective, because my screen isn't filled with this thing in the center that's a giant distraction. Yeah, it's like as soon as you remove my gambling addiction thing in the middle, I can see what I'm doing. Currently 4th. So that, Scarlet Violet, then it goes Gold, Silver, Sword, Shield, and then Gen 1, Red, Blue. Okay. I mean, that's high up there for a brand new game. I know it helps because it's on the Nintendo Switch, and the Switch has a massive install base, so that really cements it up there. But it's still, it's like, wow, 25 million. That's a lot. That's a lot of sales. Oh, actually, Red Sword and Shield's 25 million. I guess it's around 20 million or something like that, I guess. All right, there you go. Now we're done with the night. Fast travel to all portals. Now we'll just be able to zip around the map. We have a handful of things left on the island to do, so that will really help. All right, so let's just go back over to where Knuckles is, and we'll just, and again, in front of him. If I can get away from a stinking enemy, thank you. I can't warp every time, man. All right, fast travel. I guess this guy's the closest. Don't. Stop. Let's just stop. Gen 1 2, that's another thing hearing. Japanese listing for Stadium on NSO. We move it disclaimer about Link games. Okay. I mean, that would make sense. For them to add Gen 1, Gen 2 stuff for the online service, like, why not? If they're going to add the Stadium games, the N64 one, it makes sense for them to also add the Game Boy games so you can actually link them up and have the proper experience. Because honestly, the Pokemon Stadium games, if you're just playing those without an actual team that you built yourself, they're really difficult. Rental teams are just kind of a mess in that game, so it's not the recommended way to really play. If you can link up with other games to bring your own team over, it's more preferred. So that would be good if they do that, because that's going to fix that game's difficulty. And again, just it makes sense to do, because they have the games, they have the online service now for the Game Boy stuff. Might as well just put them together. I mean, they did that for 3DS eShop when the series went through, what was it, like the 20th anniversary, something like that? It was around 2016. That's when they released Red, Blue, and Yellow. And then like a year or two later, they released Gold, Silver, and then Crystal onto the service as well. So it makes sense. You do it. Just do it. But yeah, I think that's actually what we're going to call it, because that was a lot of island. We explored now a majority of areas, not just a lot of it. I think a majority if we have the warps. We still have some story stuff to do. I think we still also have some memory scenes to see with the side stories. You know, we got 1, 2, 3 more of those. And then we do have some of the levels still to do here, because we select those by themselves. Yeah, we done all but one of the cyberspace levels here. That's 2-5. We have 3 years, that's enough. Okay, so we have some memories to look at. We got some of the story stuff to finish. We got a cyberspace level, so we have some things to do left on Ares, but we did a majority of it. So that's a good stopping point, I would say. With that, let's swap over to here and call it a wrap for tonight, because again, we made a lot of progress, so we'll definitely finish up this island next week. I would say give it about an hour, and then we'll go into Island 3. So I'm saying that's some good headway. Good. But I guess outside of that, just the usual stuff to wrap up at this point. So thanks to everyone who came out. If you haven't seen, still post some short stuff. It's a good way for me to repurpose some of these stream highlights in some ways. So that one that was just posted today, that was from a stream back in like December. That's when these shorts really come in the fray, because just to give some people a heads up, for those like stream like compilation things I do at the end of every month, I'm not doing one for the time that I did all those like impromptu streams. So like that October through January stretch, there's no reason, because there's not enough footage. I only have like maybe 2 minutes worth for a highlight reel. It's not much. So that's why I'm repurposing that kind of stuff for shorts, and it's been working well. So I have some more moments. I have some shorts coming up next week. It's a fun little experiment. But Octo expansion's still going on. Another thing that's going on is over here on the OP League. I had a mistake yesterday with Portal RTX, but forget that. It's fixed. It's good. Watch that version of it. That's a fixed audio version. I made a mistake in rendering, but hey, that's done. Portal RTX, you can watch both of those videos. That's fully out, but we're not done with Portal just yet, because come back to that channel tomorrow and you may see some more Portal action with a game I already teased at the end of that RTX video. So I guess that's essentially that. Check that out if you haven't already. It's been fun. But that's pretty much everything. So with that, that's going to do it for tonight. So thanks everyone who came out. And with that, I'm done. So I guess I'll see you guys back here next week for more streams, starting with Freedom Planet 2. Take care and have a good night, guys.